everybody. Wait a second. That's never showing in the background. The camera's too low. Okay, there we go. All right, today, Tuesday. So let's do a bunch of stuff here. Tuesday, Adam is putting the game online right now. So that update changes, and then make all of these database changes. So this is the to-do list for this morning. Hooray. Let's get to work on it. Hey, Digite. Okay, cool. So let's go get everything in good shape. Whoop. I accidentally just clicked the stream delay button. I think I said it's 0 minutes. Okay, hopefully you guys don't have a crazy stream delay. Hang on one sec. Okay, I just need to make sure this wasn't on the wrong screen. So we need to deploy all of this stuff. I updated Node last night, but the very first thing we have to do, hey Pickle, the very first thing we have to do is stash our changes, because I was making a bunch of changes to this stuff. Yeah. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And then this we just need to stash. So I suppose the easiest way to do it is just copy paste everything out of there, and then we can just revert this. I do want to work on that if possible, but right now is not the time. Okay, now let's bump the client version from 39 to 40. Hey Jamin. And hey Hideo. Welcome everybody. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Tortoise. Why is this taking so long? Huh, that was weird. Well, let's see. So I've created all the machines. I need to do a deploy now. And then run this. And then connect to my Linux box. Adam late. I heard about your daylight saving time woes. It is 8:45 for me. So I am Adam early today. Okay, that's looking good. This is going to take forever. That's fine. Let's go clear out the IP addresses here. And then run AWS, prod host. This should... well, we'll see. So this is the one time when SSHing into another machine is not going to really make things much faster for me, because it's a VM running on my own machine. Because yeah, I have a ton of different things running over here. Alright, so what we're going to do here is run prod host. Cool. Now I got to load up Postman. We got to get the IP addresses here. Let's get that. Let's put this over here. Got to do this off screen. I will probably eventually get it to the point where I can set up botland much faster. 11:45 here. I'm really glad about the time change. Gives me time to watch during my work hours. Oh, nice, Pickle. Okay, so the problem today is that there's a ton of database stuff to update. Oh, hey, Orange Ray. Thanks for the bits. Nice, nice, nice. How's it going? Clear. Okay, so I've got to go update the database with all of these things. I suppose I could start up everything other than the account server right now, and everything should just work fine. That is probably a bad idea. No, let me run this. Up to date. Hey, Kazoos. Good, trying to get sleep when I can? Yeah. I imagine it's going to be bad for the next year or two. then it gets better, but then there are different problems. Well, keep at it. I'm sure you're doing a great job. All right. So we're going to connect to both of those things, and then we need to run everything in the database. So let's go take a look at how this works. How do you drop a column? MySQL remove column from table. Delete. Okay, so this is what we want. And I gotta write this in my MySQL notes. I don't know why I put this way down here. Change name, remove a column. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so we're gonna alter table users, drop token. Cool, so we gotta run that. Then add all of these columns. So let's go figure it out. Hey, TJ. So column number 1 is last defense update. This is the time you last updated your defense. So it's a date time. How do we do that? Try just date time. Add column last defense update. Date time default null. Okay, attack num wins through all of these. These are just integers that default to 0. So that shouldn't be too bad. Add column default 0. Okay. Wait, is that a SpongeBob reference? Oh. It's currently an issue preventing Twitch Prime users from resubscribing using Prime. Should be fixed so they can wait, but no ETA, just like Prime clearing sub anniversary for some people. I think this was... So, okay. There are a lot of good things that Twitch Prime did, but then there are these resubscribe issues, which... I don't know. I just wish they'd tested it a little bit more. Hey, Echo. Hey, Antimatter Tape. Okay, add these columns to replays. So all of this, these are going to be floats. So let's go figure out how we add those. And the default is going to be, actually the default doesn't matter. So we need to say this. Alter table users, add column, this, float, not null, no default. Okay, so here are all of the database things that we need to run. Let's go run them. Hi, Super Ram. Probably was tested, but not at this scale. Yeah, that's true. Things always fall through the cracks. Oh, did I screw up? No, I don't think so. Yeah, as long as the game server didn't start, I didn't screw up. Okay, good. Yes. Whew. Okay, so publish version 0.0.40. And same thing here. Okay, nice. Ooh, thanks, Digite. $425 bits. Oh, an antimatter tape. 26. Nice. Thank you all for cheering so far. It's a great way to start the morning. For me, at least. Okay, I gotta do this off screen. This should be really fast. that's what you meant by go red or go home. Let me print screen that. Nice. Adam now has lunch paid for. Oh man, 60k bits. That's a ton. Hey, Euphoria. I will mark that down for later. Let me find this. All right, there we go. Got it. All right, so we got to go do all of these things, and then we need to truncate all the replays. So let's hope that this doesn't go poorly. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Oh. Thanks, antimatter tape. And Pickle, you can find out more about these here. Hey, Mad Max. Did you really not mean to do that? Antimatter tape. Well, I can't give you your bits back, but I can give you a light token. There. Wow. Very generous with the cheering. Bigger cheer packs cost cheaper for a viewer. Yeah, that's true. Also, this is not how you do this. You have to say drop column. What syntax was this? This isn't even correct. Someone catch the bite? Oh. BYT? Column. Why can't I type? You have an error. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to do it this way. We're just going to get rid of these quotes. There we go. Hey, Thelzy. I was thinking of you because I'm long overdue for a haircut, and I thought of just not gelling my hair today. Then I thought, but what if Thelzy's not there? Okay, so there are all of those rows, and then this needs to be on the replays table. Good thing I caught that before I actually ran this. Now this is going to take some time. It's not nullable, but I don't have anything as a default. So I don't really know what happens here. Let's just truncate table replays. There, now adding these things won't take a long time. Should be dead simple. Okay, there, that's everything. With you deploying everyday migrations, or at least a way to avoid writing your own queries. Yeah, that's true, and I have the ability to do these. I just would need to collapse them all at the end. So I have a migration file that I did one time for this that'll add a new table. I could make a new migration file for all of these things that goes and updates that table. But then at the end, when I go to deploy Botland for real, there's no reason to have all these different migrations files. That's why I figured I would just do things this way, but this is very error prone. So I totally agree with you, Hideo. The good old hair command. Okay, I think we are good. So these things are all done. There. So now we can go put the account server online. Where are you? Account server code. Here it is. And start up a game server, because we probably still don't have one of those. Also, did I ever start the matchmaker? I don't recall. No. Wait, was that it? What is this? Yeah, those are matchmakers. Okay, good. So then all we need to do is make sure that a game server starts up. There we go. All right, so now let's update changes. I have to type this every time I want to see what the URL is. And we need to go get what changed here. I think there's mostly just like the pre-attack UI and the results UI. I think those are the major changes here. So it's everything in here. Copy log messages. There we go. Okay. So there is now UI that shows before you attack someone that lets you know their name, skill levels, ratings, and when they last updated their defense. Cool. Skill rating details now show in the battle log. You will probably not be able to see the attacker's information here, but for now I thought it might be interesting. There is now UI that shows at the end of a match. This tells you whether you won or lost. And it also, actually, does it tell you? I don't know, whatever. It also tells you how your ratings changed. Cool. Yeah. Save number of wins and losses. I'm now tracking the overall number of wins/losses you have in the database. These are tracked separately for attacking/defending. Can we here play Clash Royale? I have not. I stopped playing when they added all those legendaries. Thanks for the end game screen. Yeah. Got rid of all user tokens. Don't care. This, I don't even remember what the bug is, but I don't think you guys ever saw it. Show match results after attacking. Yeah, that's done. Fix bug that prevented account creation. What was that bug? That's a good question, because I don't remember that at all. I vaguely remember it. It had something to do with... Oh, no, never mind. That's... Well, I'm not even going to mark that down. That's not really an important change. Do you have a custom implementation or something like Connect Schema Builder? No, I don't think so. I'm not actually sure what that does, though. Okay. TJ, if there's any command you want to know about, or you just want to see what all of them do, which I don't actually know how I would do that, let me know, because otherwise I think it clutters chat. So, in general, more UI. Hey, noob. Okay, cool. So that should be it. Describe version 40. So if this is good, let's do get health summary here. Do we have a game server online? No, not yet. We don't. Oh, I see, TJ. Okay. And yeah, it is just commands, but this is not all of the commands. These are the ones where you typically would be like, oh, points, like maybe I'll check that. But something like keyboard, you might be like, oh, I already know what that does. When you find some weird stuff, though, you might check those out. Like boat land. I don't know. Hey, friends. Okay. This should eventually be back online. But I think this is mostly it. So now we can update this. So Adam is going to be working on probably mostly UI today. Adam is mostly going to be working on UI today. The game is Botland is online here if you want to check it out. Cool. Okay, so I said the game is online in that command, but we're actually waiting for the game server to come online first. That should be very, very soon. So you actually can connect and you can do nothing after that because we need a game server to be online first. You get points by watching the stream? Yeah, you get about 50 every day. So it's 10 per minute. Come on, game server. Why is this taking so long? Oh, I still SSH into the overseer. I could just do this then. BL deploy logs. Yeah, what happened here? Failed termination notices. This thing still hasn't started up. Huh. Oh, hey, Rob. Thank you for the host. Do I not have notifications turned on? I have... Oh, no, I guess not. I wonder if they fixed... Let me look into this later. Fix host notifications. Alright, hi everyone from Rob's stream. I am just in the process of putting the game back online. It's kind of intermittently been online, and as of the last week or so, I've tried to keep it on while I'm streaming. I'm waiting for a game server to start up right now, and until then, there's pretty much nothing I can do. It should be done pretty soon, though. Adam, remember when I taught you about the age command? Yes, I do. And did I say 10 per minute? Yeah, I meant 1 every 10 minutes. My bad. Okay, well, who knows? Maybe this is not going to finish. Maybe it is. Let's SSH into the game server. And maybe we can get some more information about this. I have to do this off screen, as you guys know. Logs. So, what's going on right now? Did this even start? Oh, maybe it did fail. Oh my god. Yeah, this is gonna be frustrating then. All right, so let's do this. PM2 logs help. Did we get any information about this thing failing? I upgraded Node yesterday. Oh, I have a feeling that didn't take. Oh, given all these problems, I'm guessing that's the case. What's this? Internal server error. Oh, man. Route 53 was still processing a prior request. Good God. Alright, let's fix all of this stuff later. Yeah, so these things need to be put on sort of a retry loop for some time. Although, then there could be race conditions. I'll just write this down for right now. I should consider putting this on a retry loop, but I should be mindful of race conditions. What version am I using now? I should be on version 6.9.1, which is fine. If I open up Node, I can do new buffer 123. I was not able to do that yesterday. However, this has clearly not started up, and I don't know what went wrong here exactly. This right here, this should have just finished. And it apparently didn't. Alright, so let's try this again. Because, like I know what's happening here. So, run this on the game server. Who is the oldest in terms of Twitch game? What do you mean, Verens? This is not going to work. Let's try this. Okay, there. It's running the Ansible playbook again. We should see it start up, or at least an error or something, and then the game will just be online. I'm guessing people have already... No. Oh, man. Oh, Twitch age, not Twitch game. Oh. Oh, yeah. I don't know. What's my age on here anyway? 1192 days. Maybe check quickly for sanity. Breaking changes between 5 and 6. The thing is, I've been testing on version 6 the whole time. This is a good idea to do, but everything had been working. Either way, I'm hoping I see some information here this time. I don't know why this would have failed, and I will get an error message this time. Experiment. Okay, I have a feeling this is what's causing it. A bunch of failed termination notices. I should get rid of those. Duplicate entry. Man, this is so problematic. It's acography. Yep, okay. Well, let's go drop all these rows from the database. Let's do show tables, truncate table, failed termination notices. I don't think this is going to tell us anything. Yeah, I don't think this is going to tell us anything. The other, so I'll write in for bugs this, and then also failed termination notices attempt to get inserted into the database multiple times. We should ignore an error if it already exists, since all we care about is whether it's there in the end. Finish processing. Oh, there it goes. Why didn't this work the first time? Oh, everything's online now. So this should finally be correct, right? Oh, thank God. Okay, I don't know what happened the first time there. Looks like everything's working. Let's go to play.bot.land. It should just function. So if I attack somebody, you will be attacking Top Kekarino. So check it out. Their defense rating is 1267. Mine is 15. My attack rating is 1523. So it put me up against someone who is relatively close. Defense last updated 47 years ago. That's probably a bug. I have a feeling Botland wasn't out 47 years ago. How could that have happened? Oh, right. I just added this thing to the database. Oh, and I forgot to set it. Okay. Well, you guys are going to see that a lot today. All right. Hey, Micah. All right. So when we attack them, let's take a look. Hey, Lulong. Hey, Lulong, isn't your birthday today? It is. Happy birthday. Okay, so they have missiles and lasers. Let's put a melee and reflect bot set down. Yeah. Okay, good. So the game is working. That's at least good to see. This should cause me to win. Yep. Cool. And now we see you have defeated Top Kekarino. Your rating went up 6.68 points from 1523 to 1530. Nice. Adam, how do you have that good of a memory? Oh, I looked at it about a week ago. And I happen to remember that today's his birthday. Hey, Baldur. Adam, when attacking, what is compared? Defense rating or attack rating? So when attacking, it's your attack rating versus their defense rating. And those are what have to be similar. The reason why it found someone who seems to be relatively far away from me is because if you do select ID, name, attack, estimated skill, def, estimated skill from users, order by def, estimated skill. So here are all of the defenders in the database ordered by their defense skill. I faced Top Kekarino, who was actually number, 6. They're the 6th best defense in the database. When I keep playing, I should keep facing like the top 10 defenders. So Andon, for example, Andon is, number 7. And the reason why I'm not facing, let's say, Avexator is probably because I've already faced Avexator in the last 24 hours. I am playing versus 731 while I'm at 1800 plus. Yeah, so let's see. I forgot what your ID is. let's do this. Let's say order by name, and let's find Hideo on here. Hideo is 11. Yeah, so select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 11. So yeah, in the last day you've played 234 matches. So you've already probably, well, you probably played against everybody, that means, because there aren't 200 accounts in the database. So yeah, until you get to the point, check this out. There's also a time involved here, and I hate figuring out what these times are because they're in UTC. But you are going to be able to play against some of these people again in whatever time that is. I mean, it's 5:15 p.m. UTC, which is, I don't know, an hour from now. Yeah, it's 24 hours. Oh, and by the way, this isn't even totally correct. So you played against whoever this is. You played against this person at that time, but you might have played against them again, like down here. You won't be able to play against them again, guaranteed, until all of these rows are gone. Oh, it's just 2 minutes from now. Okay, so yeah, the game's online. You guys should be able to play. Let me know what you think of the new features. Remember, changes are always posted here. And yeah, hey Zilly. Yeah, this is going to happen all day because this column didn't exist in the database. So if you go update your defense right now, it will get updated. But if you take a look at select last defense update from users, it's set to null in the entire database because no one has edited their defense today. Like if I go, for example, and I edit mine, let's just cancel out of here. If I go edit my defense and I just hit save, now I'm the only person who actually has a row in this database. There it is. So if you say select name, comma, order by last defense update. Why can't it tab complete this? What? There, so now antimatter tape has also updated theirs. Hey, Smelly Orc. By the way, Smelly Orc, how's your game going? UK is GMT, which is the same as UTC, just to ask. What is the time right now? Time in UTC. If I just knew what my offset was, that would help me out a lot. So it's apparently 8 hours. I just got to remember that. So my UTC, I am at UTC -8. Whenever it's daylight saving time, I know it changes by 1 hour, but I never know in which direction. So I don't remember if it's not -7 or -9. Anyway, now I know I'm at -8 right now. I guess it's just -6. I know that I'm never -6. All right, I guess I do know, and I just need to think about it. Well, null equals 47. The reason why is because the epoch, at least in Unix time, is known as January 1st, 1970. 1970 gets rounded to 47 years ago, even though it's really 46 years and like 11 months and 7 days. Hey, Monetic Bind. And by the way, I'm ignoring all conversations about voting in politics today. You won't be hearing about that on my channel. So just FYI. Okay, so now that that's done and we've edited this, so all of these things are finished. This is finished and this is finished. Okay. So yeah, we're in pretty good shape. I wanted to work on this today. But one of the other things I actually wanted to do was go update the sprite sheet dictionary. I don't know. I don't think this is really worth working on right now. But I think when I get back to it, I encountered a weird bug. I accidentally saved my defense and got rid of it though. But all my bots disappeared in defense and someone attacked and defeated my 3 bots. What happened there? I accidentally saved my defense and got rid of it. Do you know, can you tell me exactly what you did, Antimatter Tape? Because that is definitely peculiar. For the end of game screen, you should really rename cancel to done and maybe add a button to this like home or something. Cancel is very bizarre. Yeah, I do agree with that. And hi, Matt136. Their positions also changed. Okay. Looks like your keyboard has melted a bit. Is your game so piping up? I can't. This is the keyboard I have. And yeah, I know. I've heard about that one. I declined. And Smelly, good to hear that your game is going well. Also, since the screen is the same as the start of game screen, maybe you should have the same behavior for clicking outside of it. Yeah, I'll write this stuff down. I went and hit save on my defense, so it updated in the DB without actually altering my defense. Then I attacked someone. That is quite unusual. Let me try this out. So then, what if I do the same thing? If I attack Age Monkey, for example, what does this bot have? Ooh, ripped through him. Then I watched a new replay of someone defeating it when there were only 3 bots instead of 10. That is definitely strange. I wonder if anyone's played against me so far. I don't have any replays. Can someone play against me? What's your favorite game out there? I don't know. That's hard to say. You mean like my favorite game of all time? That'd probably have to be either Diablo 2 or Super Smash Bros. Melee. But favorite game that people currently play, and yes, I know that people still play both of those games. It's probably Hearthstone at the moment. I'm not like in love with the game. I really like Diablo 2. Hearthstone I think is fun. The bots were also in different positions than where I left them. Yeah, antimatter tape, I'm not sure what happened here. This sounds like an incredibly large bug. Let me see if I can find your defense. Toilet salesman and in antimatter tape. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to attack you. You have all of the bots that you would expect to have, right? Antimatter tape? Does this look correct on my screen? Does your defense look correct on my screen? Because you have what? 8 plus 1 plus 1. You have 10 bots here. And they have reflect, melee, and armor. That does look correct. Okay. So let me beat your bots now. You ready for this? All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put bots here and here. And hit commence. Yeah. Take that. Uh-oh. Okay, that only kind of worked. Let's try that again. Are my bots repairing themselves? They are. Well, that only kind of worked. All right, now we need melee and cloaking, and we should be totally fine to just win this now. There we go. All right, so now you should have a new replay. Let me know how that looks. Actually, I should just be able to do this. Select ID from replays where attacker ID equals 2. 24. So let's go watch replay 24. Debug main.onWatch replay 24. Was fetched by defender of undefined. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoops. Okay, let's never do that again. Yeah, oops. Still in the UX matter. Oh yeah, Schmeliork. I saw the Necromancer thing. Hideo would link that in. I never really liked the Necromancer in the first one. I felt like summons were underpowered and I don't know. One thing that always bothered me in League of Legends is that game found and end of game screen, which are similar, don't respond to any shortcut, even the one you would expect, like enter and escape. Well, so Hideo, yes, okay, I will write that down, definitely. Let me first figure out what is on my clipboard right now, because I was supposed to remember whatever this is. Oh, an IP address. SSH in the account server, and remember the bug. So here's the account server. Remember the bug where you can't watch someone else's replay. All right, let me just jot that down for a second. Let me note this too. And yeah. Hey, dig it, congratulations. Okay, so antimatter tape, you should have a replay from me. Does it look correct? By the way, for anyone new, let me show you guys what the game is all about. I'll do it in actually just a second. I need to go look into this bug first. So let's do this. CLS command not found. That was almost really bad. All right, we go over here, we do this, and then we do this. And it totally broke. Well, gonna need to look into that. And it looks correct. Okay, so antimatter tape. That bug that you saw earlier. Okay. I then attacked antimatter tape. Their defense was correct. The resulting replay also looked correct. I suspect it might have been something to do with the database being updated with that new row and then me saving my defense without actually altering it. But I did the same thing, although I don't have any replays against me, which is why I was hoping someone could play against me. Anyway, okay, so check this out. I will show you guys what the game is all about. You might have already gleaned some of the information from just watching me play it here. So this is Botland. In Botland, you make a defense around your CPU and you attack other people's CPUs. So I can make a bot with, let's say, repair and armor and regen. And then the thing that sets this apart from regular strategy games is it's an automated game. So you can write a script after that. So here I have one that repairs allies, shields allies, then repairs myself and shields myself. This bot's pretty straightforward. And to build this up is really simple too. You can basically just pull from snippets and I can make that same script in about 5 seconds here. And there we go. I might have put the order wrong. Wasn't paying attention to that. But and if you want, you can update it in JavaScript as well. If you don't want to do this at all, you don't have to. You can just give it no script and it will automatically be given figure it out for me. So you don't need to know how to code to play this game. You don't even need to like to write scripts. That's totally fine. You need to like strategy games if you're going to have fun playing this game. So once you've made your defense, other people can attack it as is shown here. So I will be attacking Toilet Salesman 1. Let's see what they've got. Shield and lasers. So I'm going to put down reflect and melee bots. Now, this kind of decision making that I'm doing right here of, oh, hey, they've got this, so I'm going to put down this. This is because most defenses right now are not very sophisticated. Eventually, you would want to come up with a defense that isn't so easily countered by just one thing. But in this case, this is very counterable. So there we go. I win. It says your rating went up. What are you wowing about, antimatter tape? Okay. Yep. This is definitely possible. And this is what's frustrating right now about not having the right win ratio in the game. So check this out. You played against... Whoops, hang on. You played against... Who was it? HYLH. HYLH is here. They have a rating of 870. Your attack rating is double that. So your score went down probably because your deviation increased, not because your actual rating went down. So this is just one of the quirks of this system so far. No, so okay, what's happening here, and this is why I mentioned this. I'm going to end up saying this a lot. First of all, I will say this. The matchmaking rating system is not final. I could end up changing that. But here's what happened. So antimatter tape had a rating of, let's say 2,000. But they had a deviation of 100. What this means is that with 95% confidence, and this is what's described in here, if you take... What is it? It says minus twice the RD. Yeah, so 1800 to 2200, we can say with 95% confidence that antimatter tape fits into this range. So what I do is, in order to show the user one value, I say we'll give you a conservative rating estimate then of your rating minus 4 times deviation. So antimatter tape's skill level is really 1600, and you can see that in the picture, or it's approximately 1600, right? So what happened here is antimatter tape won, so the rating probably went up to like 2002, But because you beat someone who was so much worse than you, your deviation actually increases. So it goes to like 102 maybe. Now 2002 minus 408 is 1594. So your rating actually drops whatever 6 points in this case because that's your conservative estimate. But your real rating went up. However, we're not sure at all that this is your rating. We have a 95% certainty that that's the center of the range, but we can't just tell you that. So yes, this is why I'm going to be updating this and probably just hiding some of this from you at some point. A deterrent from attacking those significantly lower is good. Yeah, and eventually it'll just be impossible. Hang on a second. Okay. Yeah, a deterrent from attacking those significantly lower is good. It just won't be possible in the future. Right now, the reason why it's possible is you can play 500 games per day of Botland, and you should always play against someone you haven't faced before in a 24-hour period. The problem is there are 500 games, and we only have something like 150 accounts. So you're pigeonholed at some point into playing someone you've already played. So at that point, it just shouldn't count for your ranking anymore. So this wouldn't even happen. Antimatter Tape's rating wouldn't have even changed. So I know this is going to be really frustrating. Hey, Nine Hellos, welcome back. I know this is going to be really frustrating for people to look at for the next probably like 2-3 months until we have enough accounts and I've actually coded the not ranking thing happening. You should have a link to a page when you detect that someone's score decreased after winning. Yeah, and just describe why that happened. Diminishing returns facing the same person again and again. I don't think I need to do diminishing returns. I think these are the only two parts that I think are pretty important. And in fact, this number can change. But the point is this. You will be somewhere on like the bell curve of skill levels here. And as long as there are enough people near you, or even in the entire curve, you should be totally fine. So if I show you this, let me kind of draw what I'm talking about here. So this is skill, and this is like number of people. So let's say you're here. You should fight anyone in probably like this range. And I'm just making this up, but this is really like what, 1 or 2 standard deviations away from where you are. Well, if there aren't 500 people in this range, then it's too bad. You have to go outside of that range. And that means that you're playing people who are either way better or way worse than you. Well, the problem is when this entire graph represents, let's say, 20 people, then there's no knowing what skill level you are. And that's the situation we're in. So Adam, I don't see a reason to do that. Diminishing returns against the same player. I think you should just not face the same player in a day. And then by the time the next day rolls around, you can only play against that player again if they're still roughly your skill level. And if that's the case, then yeah, totally. You should be able to play against them again. And I don't even think there should be diminishing returns. How do I leave this store? There's a news button at the right side. I know it's not that easy to see, but yeah, the news button at the upper right. It's because this is the old model of how the store used to look, so I'm going to need to fix this at some point. It seems hard to not face multiples of the thing. Yeah, but Adam, with not very many accounts, it's also not worth really testing that right now. Like, I don't think it's worth putting in features for the game where you accommodate having a very small number of players in it. So, for example, imagine if Hearthstone had some like, hey, when there's only 5 people online, you'll play against a computer player. Like, if that happens, Hearthstone is dead. So there's no point accommodating that scenario. Hey, Kesha. I agree with that. Hey, Racked. Alright, so we are going to file this stuff. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Racked. I mean, at least you can make it into the stream. So there's that bug I've got to file. Bug, now that we mark replays as having been fetched, when you try watching someone else's replay, it will error. I don't know if this just happens on the client or if it's on the server too. Does anyone have a dank attack script? I think there are some interesting attack scripts you can come up with. And really what it boils down to is exploiting whatever the defender has done. So for example, let's take a look. They have lasers and regen bots and then melee and cloaking bots. If landmines were working correctly, and they're not really, what I could do is I could come up with like a landmine. Let's do this. A landmines and teleport script. So basically I could and repair. Let's do that too. So this bot is a very unusual attacker. I could lay landmines in kind of a line, and then as soon as I get hit, I can teleport behind all of that line, and then just start repairing myself. And since I have a row of landmines in front of me, chances are the defenders are just going to walk into them. And yeah, and it's cancel for right now. I know that's not very clear. Another yellow username. Kazoos, I think that must be a random color then, because I don't see any yellow in chat. So what I'm going to be working on today is the blueprint selector. Also, let me check something really fast. Yeah, so this, and kind of everything that goes with that. Reinhardt and Tracer. But where does it end? There are games I played where the same person keeps attacking me. Their rewards drop to almost nothing after each multiple attack, but at least they aren't limited. Such an availability allowed continuous testing of scripts you found a defense that was good that you wanted to defeat. Sorry to Walter. No, this feedback is good, but Adam, I don't think that's like... I think this is against the design of Botland, really. So let me describe why I don't think something like this will work. One, there's no way to target a specific person. There just isn't. Two, there's no way to attack the same person twice in 24 hours if there is any other potential match in the game. And three, people can just change their defense in between the 24 hours where you can't face them again. And four, people's ratings will change in that 24 hours to the point where you may not even be a potential match for them any longer. So what I'm saying is these four things combined make it so that there's no reason to have diminishing returns. Yeah, I think not knowing that first one is probably pretty important there. But even if you did know this first one, if you can attack a specific person but you can't in the first 24 hours, I still don't think you need diminishing returns. Hey, Wanakis and Motofama. Adam talking to Adam. Yeah. Alright, so on this sprite sheet stuff, because this is gonna, well, what does this look like now? I guess I gotta restart all this. Let's go, we'll close out of this. Just watch your stream, haven't actually played. No, that's fair. I think what's tough is that I do want to give you an answer for this stuff, but I don't know, it's this fine line of just putting my foot down and saying, like, trust me, this is the answer, and spending an extra 2 minutes explaining every time someone asks, like, here's why it's the answer. And so I think I gave you the full context of this, but yeah, I think that took more time than I would have liked to spend. All right, so let's run all of these things. And we'll see. This actually won't be ready to start up until here. Okay, so I have a pink dot showing at the upper left of each bot right now because I was messing around with something here. Your rating finally went up after winning an attack. Yeah, and you'll notice that it should happen whenever you're playing against a defender with a high enough rating. So if you go to attack someone and you see that their defense rating isn't within like 200 or 300 of yours, you can just find somebody else. Now, granted, by doing that, you're going to be lowering their skills to the point where you're decreasing the pool of players that will ever increase your attack. Will you make other games after Botland? I think in general, this kind of covers it. I think the answer is pretty much no, I won't. But we'll have to see. There are a lot of things that it's contingent on. Hey, Andorn. Yeah, and in that 47 years ago thing is because I just updated the database. In fact, let's add com47. The last updated 47 years ago that you see on defenses is because I just added a last defense update column to the database, and I have it set to 1970 right now. Okay, there. Yeah, that won't be an issue if I'm not updating production databases while they're running. It'll get corrected. Or I could just set it to yesterday, I guess. That would probably remove the confusion, even though it'll be wrong. Oh well. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. So this part that I'd written here, let me try this out. I didn't want to spend time doing this. Actually, I spent some time yesterday. No, I'm not going to do this today. Let me write this down. When it comes to flipping ball. Okay, so I want to save this somewhere else. Let's put this there, and then let's revert this. There. Okay. Now we shouldn't have those pink squares on bots anymore. Yeah, they're gone. All right. By the way, we will be getting new bots soon, and probably arena tiles as well. I would guess in the next like week or two. So this is not going to happen right now. And that's done. Okay, so here we go. Finally kind of getting down to business here. So blueprint selector should always be present. You can't slide it away. Blueprint selector should not slide to reveal more content. Yeah, so I don't know if I like this. Like the way that Jason has this here is that when you click a bot, you'll see which ones are using those blueprints. And then you're supposed to drag from here to put them into the arena. And then clicking it a second time will show you its information. I don't think that's obvious at all. I guess it says double click for info, drag to deploy. I don't know how I feel about that. Because you need to double click all of these to see what's doing what. Maybe single click is just how you do this. It brings this up and you can press the X if you want. But this is probably going to show up over the arena anyway. I don't know. Make an RPG or an FPS. No, so Matt, if Botland fails, I won't have the money to do any of that. I had savings going into Botland, which is how I'm able to do this, but I'm not going to just gain money if Botland fails. Found that Node on Windows is hard to use. Why is that, CLM Marty? And thanks for the follows this morning, everybody. You will get a whisper from Botlad if you follow me. That whisper is something you can use to control my lights. If you don't trust it, just ignore it. That's fine. Yes, I think I want single click to do this. What double click does. And then clicking in the arena. Huh. You should add pre-made levels. What do you mean, John Code? And yeah, Wimbles, this is the UI mockup. This is what things will eventually look like in the game. Right now, I mean, we have this bar at the side. This is what that bar will turn into so that you can edit kind of everything at once. Also, the blueprint selector is not going to have... Okay, so only show chip/wall/whatever on the defense version of blueprints. Didn't think of the money part. All right, Seamonatic Pine. Yeah, if I could just keep working forever on games, then yeah, maybe I would. But I think if Botland is not successful, first of all, I'd be incredibly bummed out because I've been spending a large portion of my life in the last like couple of years on this. And second, if it's not successful, like I said, I just won't have the money to do anything else. Like a story mode with bad guys and stuff, and you have to defeat the boss with your bots and your code. Yeah, I'm not too keen on a campaign kind of mode. So if you've ever played Hearthstone, Hearthstone has adventures. And the adventures, if you play them blind, are fun. You don't know what you can expect. You don't know the mechanics of the battle. You figure it out. You adjust your deck. You go fight them again. In Botland, the game is essentially a deterministic automated game, which means you can literally copy paste somebody else's strategy and beat every single campaign mode as long as you have the hardware. So someone is going to post a thing that says something like, all right, put down a melee reflect and armor bot, put that up here and give it this script. And you'll go in and you'll just literally copy paste their script. You'll say copy paste, you're done, here it is, you're good to go. Now put your second bot over here with this hardware and put your third bot over here with this hardware, and now just hit the play button and you win. And I don't think that does anything for Botland. And that's why, like I said, I'm not keen on having that in the game. I just don't think it works for an automated game. I think you have to be playing against other players for an automated game to be good. Or you just expect that players are ruining their own fun by looking things up. But that means you can't give them rewards. So one of the things that the Hearthstone Adventures give you is rewards. They give you decks and they give you, or not decks, but cards. In Botland, you would probably expect, hey, I just beat the whole campaign and I didn't get anything. Why is that? And the answer would be, well, because beating the campaign is just a whole bunch of copy paste and you're done. So yeah, I don't think it can work. I tried bash on Windows for the Unix commands and stuff. Does your Kanimu run a Windows shell or something like Sigwin? I run just Windows, so it's just a CMD underneath. But I do have the Unix commands here too. So I have ls and grep, and I can just run bash if I want, actually. And then you can have objects to the arena that the bots have to dodge or interact with. So, okay, I think this is something I talked about really, really extensively in like August. So I'll just say this. Anything that automation interacts with, and that's basically everything in the game, is such that randomness in the arena is not really going to change your experience meaningfully. So think about this. If, let's say, and this is my kind of classic example here, if let's say every other tile in the arena is on fire, you will just put code in your bot to say, if I'm on fire, move to another tile. And that's it. You didn't meaningfully change anything. All you had to do is go into your script and drag, like from a snippet here, imagine if what I'm dragging here said, if I'm on fire, then move. Like, there, you're done. There's no real thought process that goes into it. So, and I think these are things that people think, hey, I've seen this in other games where it's like, oh, there's a World of Warcraft raid where there's fire on the floor and I had to move out of it. That's fun because you need to think about a lot more at once, and you need to react to what you're seeing and then perform those actions. In Botland, you don't need to do that. So I don't think these things translate. Oh yeah, Kazoos, that's the other thing. Yes, there is a lot of polish and assets that go into it. Is this game PC only? For right now, it's browser only. So you could play it on a tablet, but it's not really optimized for it yet. Eventually, yeah, it'll be on mobile. But anyway, so okay, let me say this. The bottom line is, because I know there are a lot of ideas that are being suggested, we're not at the point where I can really even take ideas and start using them. And we won't be at that point for probably another 8 months or so. So it's good to suggest an idea, but I think it's going to derail the conversation today to the point where I just never get any programming done. So I'm sorry. I know I sound like I'm being really dismissive of everything today. I have extensively thought about this stuff. If you want to see the protracted design doc that I made, you can take a look at the top link in this one. So here's the last design doc. This is 70 pages long of just ramblings, essentially. It's not supposed to be consumable. But I have thought about, like, hey, what does it mean to even have automation in a game? What does it mean to make decisions, to do whatever? If you want to read through all this garbage, you totally can. I don't suggest it, but this is kind of the mindset you need if you're going to propose an idea for Botland. It's a very different game from traditional games. That's why I think it's not easy to just say, yeah, this is something to work somewhere else. Is it possible to replay my attacks? Not right now, it's not. It would have been if I had, well, anyway, no, not right now. I'll just stop there. And yeah, I know it's a lot of pages. Hey, Avexator. And hey, Wraithy. So panel that pops up and has an X on it. Stop showing the blueprint selector during a replay. Only show this on the defense version. I think single clicking a blueprint in the selector should bring up the blueprint info panel, even if it's closed. I know, Micah, you shouldn't be sorry. I just, like I said, as a streamer, I don't want to ignore people. I don't want to spend like an hour talking about design at this point. And so I'm torn between, like, how do I stop this in a nice way? And I don't think I'm coming off as I don't think this is a nice way that I've said things, but yeah, I got to get to coding. And like I said, I appreciate it. If I'm ever looking for ideas, then totally I will set the kind of parameters of the conversation and ask you guys for it. And that's what happened extensively in August. There was a lot of prototyping going on, and that's what led to that pivot video. How do you defeat cloaking melee? So there's something that I haven't really talked about too much here, but anything that lights your target on fire, so for example, Inferno lasers, Inferno zapper, when a target is on fire, cloaking no longer makes them invisible. So to beat something with cloaking in melee, you could blind fire Inferno lasers into them, for example. So I'll show you a quick example of this. Let's buy Inferno lasers, and let's go make a defense. And I'll just make some really simple bot here that has Inferno lasers. And we'll just give it a script that no matter what, will fire lasers to the right. This is not a good bot. I'm not suggesting that this is the solution to your problem. But you can see that they'll just fire no matter what, and then they'll actually light these bots on fire. Granted, they killed their 3 targets because they were ignited for so long, but that's it. That's all they killed. So imagine if you're the attacker and you put these bots over here and make them fire to the left 5 times and then move left, and then fire to the left 5 times and then move left. Probably do a pretty good job. Just attacked Adam. Was there something you wanted to see? Oh yeah, I wanted to check out the replay that I got. Thank you, Andon, for letting me know. I just want to see if this looks correct. It does, actually. Yeah, good. No, I only have one bot left over here. Yeah, you ended up beating me. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's good. Thanks for letting me know, Andon. Powell says, hey, I want to get into developing games and learning C# in school. What's the most user-friendly program I should start in? Is Unity good? Yeah, I think Unity is good. Thanks, Skynet. Okay, it looks like... Oh, interesting. Okay. Antimatter tape. That was actually very interesting. This bot was very shielded. I like the updated replay summary. So this third line in each one of these, their attack skill is now whatever. That's probably not going to stay in the game. I think telling you how much your skill changed is fine, but telling you how much their skill changed is probably not a good idea. Oh, man. Okay. They're just the Ultra Killer script? Yeah. I think that's a good start for players to use too. Okay, is there anything else I need to know about this? Dragging bots, that's already possible. clicking here and then clicking edit blueprint. And having the little mini edit button. I think that's good too. Have an edit button directly on the blueprint selector icon. Showing their skill is something I'd remove. I agree with you on that part. Yeah, and I asked people about it, and they, I think, pretty much agreed yesterday. So this whole their attack skill is now whatever. I think it's good to know for right now. Of just like, hey, who's beating my defense? But yeah, I'm not sure if I'll keep that. Slide to reveal more content. And then the part where you select another bot, that's going to need to be updated too. What happens when you click a bot in the arena? I guess that's another thing is highlight bots in the arena whose blueprint is the same as the one you have selected. Botland is 47 years old. So when you click a bot in the arena, you will see, it'll select that blueprint for you, I guess. I think that's fine, but how do you... Okay, that explains that. So clicking a bot in the arena will select its blueprint. So the blueprint info panel for a bot that's been deployed will show you its life, but not necessarily its script. The blueprint info panel will show you life for enemy entities, but not the script. Also, it's not really the blueprint info panel. It's because you can select things like chips, which we don't have a way of showing that here, do we? Oh, we do, but that just shows life and description. Okay, so there actually is a different thing for enemy bots. And then add in and what do I call this? I guess for chips. Yeah, just for chips. Add in a chip info panel that will show just the life and description of a chip. Why are most bots upside down in the design PDF? I think Jason was just trying to show that like these are owned by a different player or that they're different bots somehow. So yeah, I think upside down represents it. Hey, these are the defender. That's it. Will you be able to change the UI relatively quickly once you have all the functionality done? Well, today will be proof of whether I can do it quickly or not. Because I want to get done with some of this stuff. I don't think I'll be able to do it all today. And right now all I'm doing is collecting requirements. And then yeah, we will get to work on this. And I think in general, folk, I think the answer is yes, because you can focus on just the UI part of things. What's frustrating for me is when I have to focus on, okay, we need to show defense blueprints, but right now all I have are blueprints. I don't have them sorted by defense. And so then I need to go update the database so that there's a flag for whether they're defense. I need to update the account server so that that flag gets saved. I need to update the client so we can communicate that to the account server. The client needs a way to change it in the future. And all of that turns into, well, now you're working on the full stack and not just UI. Misclicking on commence button outside will place a bot in the arena. Yeah, and I'm aware of that. I think I need to turn that off. In general, let me actually ask about this. So straw poll, when you click the empty space outside of an arena, do you want it to place a bot in the closest valid tile in the arena? So let me be very clear here. What I'm talking about is this. When you click a gray space over here, it actually places a bot in the arena closest to whatever tile you clicked. So I'm not actually clicking the arena right now. I'm clicking this blank space. And so what Andon is talking about is sometimes you try clicking a button that's down here, like off in the middle of nowhere, and it's actually placing a bot. So I think that people are already saying no before I even link in the straw poll, so I guess that's my answer. I don't want that. I reported that every day. All right, fine. Yep, that's fine. That's the answer. No. All right. I thought it was a nice feature to have, but I didn't really think about it. And I don't even like it in practice either, actually. But before I did it, I thought it might be good. So let's just write that down somewhere. When you don't click a valid tile in the arena, stop trying to place/remove bots by snapping it to a valid tile. Rip me, I yesed. So the answer is really 10 no's. All right, that's fine. That's totally fine. I don't mind getting rid of that. And yes, Hideo, I know you've been complaining about that for a while. 88 plus 13%. All right, what else? So yeah, thanks, Andon. After he said he doesn't want to talk about politics, Stroppel asks who people are going to vote. I should definitely cancel this election. I don't know if we need to. I don't know if you need to cancel a selection at all, actually. Because whatever you have selected. Yeah, maybe you. No, I don't know. What am I taking notes in? Yeah, it's Sublime with the Plain Tasks plugin. Okay, we have all this UI already, so that part shouldn't be too bad. I wonder where we start with this, whether it's here or whether it's on the left side. But drag to deploy. I'd still like to make it so that just clicking the arena will deploy. I think we can do that. All right, well, let's get started on this. So blueprint selector should always be present. And the bots are upside down in the UI just to have some variety, I think. This was not supposed to be like the bots will really be upside down. I think it's just like, hey, defender blueprints are shown upside down and attacker blueprints are shown right side up. That was it. Okay, so in the UI mockup, this is 2 columns wide. So let's go modify the blueprint selector. Okay, so we have this right here, blueprint selector.less. So what is determining the width of this thing? Also, let me just get out of play.bot.land. And by the way, like I said earlier, if anyone wants to play the game, you totally can. Sorry, I mean it should move in the menu from the side when clicking on the background. Oh, yeah, that's not going to even be a thing anymore. So right now, and I'm getting rid of this today. Right now, when you click one of your bots, it slides in this pane about, hey, what does your bot have? In the future, you will click your bot, and it will just show that entire pane over here, and you can click the X if you want. And I think, yeah, we'll see how this looks. It actually says double click for info, but I think you're going to want to know your info on just a single click. Because I can see you going like, what's this bot? What's this bot? What's this bot? What's this bot? And just single clicking them would probably be nice. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So blueprint selector, what is determining the width of this? I think it's just that these are divs, that's all. Yeah, blueprint selector icon, probably flex auto. That's actually not what I expected. What if I made the width of this bigger? Does that do anything? No, yeah. Single click would be annoying for advanced players. I don't look at my equipment, I just look at my bot's cosmetics. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. We'll try it out. We'll try it out the way that it was mocked up, which is the way that you're suggesting. So double clicking, yeah, there. Okay, so we need to get 2 of these to show up at once, right? Just like that. So I think we can just make it flex well, flex auto, I guess, that part's fine, but not having these divs take up the entire width here. What is it, display block? Yeah, that's why. So how do we do this? Let me take a look at something. Flex box. Did I not write this stuff in here? No, here we go. You could look into a grid like this. I don't think I want to do this. I do want a grid though. I wonder if there's any riddle. Huh, let's take a look. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a grid that's done in React. Interesting. Oh, I see. Infinite scrolling. I don't need that. Maybe nice to show the script name below the bot in the selector menu. Are you talking about on the left side here? Because in the mockup, it is shown here. It's the armor all script that's there. And actually, even in the game, it's shown at the bottom right now. So I do plan on keeping that there because I think that's important to know what it has. I wonder if I should even install this. React grid layout, but maybe too complex for botland. Whoa. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I need something like that. I think I just need something like this. I don't even need a header. Wonder if I should show this a more advanced example. So what if I just got rid of the headers on here? ID, name, whatever else. Can I not have it show that? Styling? Huh. And this might be overkill too. I mean, I could just make the width of this a little bit larger. And then, I mean, how do we figure out the width of blueprint icons? They probably have a width in here, right? Yeah, they do. But still, I'd rather just have this be set to a grid. All right, let's just mess around with this. Let's go install this and try it out. So is there ever planned to be a distinction between bots and script? I'd like the ability to make it so that I have different looking bots with potentially the same script. Yeah, that should already be possible. Oh wait, maybe okay. Let me show you what's possible, and then maybe this is not what you're talking about though. So you could have two bots that have exactly the same stuff. So I could put like artillery, melee, thrusters, and then just pick an existing script from your library. So let's call this the Zilly script, and it'll do, I don't know, just figure it out for me. And then let's make another script that's like the Hyper Zilly script. And you'd need to know what these names mean, of course. But yeah, when you're making a bot, you can just pick a script that you already have, and that should be totally fine. Data visualization. Well, I'm glad that this thing's already been coded for you. All right, so let's take a look at anything else here. Draggable, and this is what Hideo linked in. I guess grid layout is not really what I want. I really just want like 2 columns here. I guess if fixed columns. I don't know. Wait, flex grid. What's that? Wow, I don't put that in fast. So yeah, let's start with this. Show 2 columns. Are you looking for an interactive table? All I want are 2 columns here. I'm just so bad at CSS that I don't know the best way to go about doing this. So right now in the game, I have 1 column, and I want there to be 2 columns. And I know I could just increase the width of this as long as I know the width of each child, and that way I could put enough so that 2 fit. But I wanted to enforce it there. So let's take a look at this, which Hideo just linked in. Responsive modifiers enables specifying different column sizes, offsets, alignment. Auto width. Add any number of auto sizing columns in a row. That's pretty nice. Yeah, this seems pretty good. Wait, what? Does YBing not exist anymore? No, it does. Why did that not work for Fixator? Oh, probably because there's a cooldown on it. And yeah, hey Oniga. Just use a table. Yeah, that's probably the best way. The thing is, if I guess I need to split this into columns and rows, huh? Although this is actually a pretty nice library. I'll look into this later. Yeah, an antimatter tape, this is a result of attackers having way too high of a win ratio right now. Yeah, it does have a cooldown. Okay. I don't know, I'm a little torn here. I could just use this. Percent based width allowing fluid resizing of columns and rows. What does XS do? It sounds like extra small. Huh. Okay. Yeah, maybe I do want to try this. Let's just try it out. Sure. So let's figure out what the NPM name is. Don't care about that. I do want this though. It has pure dependency requirements on class names and Flexbox grid modules. Oh, I don't like that. Class names and Flexbox grid. Am I already using those? I doubt it. And what are these modules anyway? Flexbox grid. Oh, interesting. Thanks, Hideo. Class names is awesome. Oh, that's the thing that lets you combine class names easily, right? Where is it though? It's apparently not called class names here. Here it is. Yeah, I see. Oh yeah, that part's fine. And then what else do I need? Flexbox grid. Let's go take a look at that. Grid based on the flex display property. What does this do though? What does this do? Package JSON points at dist slash, oh, it's just CSS. Oh. That's weird. This is index.css, but it looks minified. And index.min.css, well, it's definitely minified. So much for being able to read this. All right, whatever. We'll just go take this and, oh, there it goes. What? What? This was one line when I looked at it, right? Did I click the wrong thing the first time? Maybe I did. All right, so how much is this? Should probably add this in here. They made it that way so you can use only CSS or React in CSS. Yeah. Okay. And how big is the minified version of this? 12 kilobytes. All right, not terrible. I'm still debating on which one to try here, because this does seem like overkill, especially if I could just use a flex box here. Yeah, I could just do this myself, right? So they use the row class and then call XS. So let's look at row. Display flex, flex 0 and auto. Okay, that sounds good enough. Call XS here, flex 0, 0 auto. What dictates how many? Oh, I guess I just put them in the same div. Yeah, this isn't a problem. I'll just use CSS for this, I think. Make it with a lib so you have doc and example. Then check how they do it. Their CSS is pretty simple. Then remove the lib and paste the CSS. Yeah, I think I don't even need to do that. I think I understand this well enough where I can just go make the CSS that I want the first time around. The only problem is I do need to split this up into rows, so we need to do that. This is like make a blueprint selector icon out of a bay. So we can get rid of this and this, and then everything that we see here. There. Okay. Oh no, Zilly, I think this should be fine. I should just be able to use the flex properties here. I think this should all work. I think the only problem is I need to put this into, where does this create button even exist? That's at the bottom of all that. I need to just put this into rows myself. And the rows need to be of size 2 at most. So I guess we'll just do that here maybe. Oh, nice, Digite. Won't say how many times I've checked out this library CSS, checked how they do it, and used only the code I needed to avoid the dependency. Yeah, if I can avoid the 12 kilobytes for something that I'm going to need in one spot in my code, I think that's good. Sorry, let me just... So, how do I want to do this? Each row should have at most 2 of these. and then we go through each row at the end and we just make divs out of that. Yeah, here's what we can do. So I guess we'll say like let num in row equals 0. Per row equals 2. So first we'll get the blueprint selector icon equals this dot create bay. If num in row is less than num per row, then I don't want to do this. Num in row plus plus. If num in row, actually I don't even need to do this, do I? If num in row equals, so num per row minus 1. There. Okay, this is probably super weird. So all it will end up with here is an array of arrays of length num in row. So then down here, and at the end of all of this, we need to add in the create button as well. I wonder what the best way to do that is. Well, I could do this. Last row dot push this dot render create button. That's, I'm not sure how that's gonna work. Else rows dot push. I'm gonna fix up this code in a bit. Line 64 const rows, wouldn't that be an error with line 78? No, so this is like a constant pointer. When you say, check this out. Let's say you say const x equals an object, x dot y equals 5. That actually does let you modify the object. But if you later try changing x to something else, it's going to say assign it to a constant variable. And Beluda, this is JavaScript. How do you store the passwords? I hash and salt them. So the way they look in the database is like this. Select password from users where ID equals 1. So this is my password, for example. And you know what this equals? It equals the word password. So they're not in plain text. I don't ever see them in plain text, at least not here. I would see them the first time you type them in plain text, I guess, right? Because you're not going to salt them, or it's going to be sent over TLS eventually. And that's not the case now. And what editor is it? Yeah, it's Sublime. I heard this was a good place to go for political debates. Yeah, like I said, no talk of politics and voting today. I think we're going to try to avoid that. Okay, so now we go through each of the rows. So we're going to say rows dot map row. And we're going to make a new div for each of these, I guess. Can we just put the row in here? I don't know if this is going to work. Let's take a look. I don't think this is going to look correct, even if it works, because I haven't finished the CSS. But let's see what it looks like. Nope, just totally busted. Each key we should have a unique key prop. So fine. Map doesn't give us an index, does it? Value index. Oh, interesting. If you have trouble, I didn't even use Flex, so I don't know if it'll work. So JS Fiddle is really helpful for something like this. But yeah, I'd like to avoid having to specify widths on some of these things. I think it's going to be necessary on other parts, but I will take a look at this, Zilly, if I end up having problems. So thank you. Do you encrypt the password in the client before it's sent over, or are you sending it over in plain text? I think I'm sending it over in plain text right now. I have no problem encrypting it on the client, but it's not necessary since everything should be over TLS eventually anyway, and then all traffic is encrypted. So I don't think that matters. What's more concerning right now is that I'm storing the password in plain text on the client right now, which is something I definitely shouldn't be doing. But eventually I'm going to get rid of that. But on the server, yeah, I don't have access to your passwords. Okay, so let's take a look at this. That still does not work. Each child in an array. So I guess it's even these that would need a special key. No, we have a key here. Where am I missing a key? Where am I missing this? This has a key on it, though. Did I not return this? Oh man, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Yep. Would have been helpful if I'd done that. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I think that should... Okay, cool. So now we just need to write CSS. This should be in rows that contain... Where is it? No, these aren't in rows that contain the right amount of things. Unless I did this wrong. Oh yeah, I did do this wrong. There we go. May have missed my previous B paste. Oh, I did. You may do that a lot, no idea. You should never bind your event handlers in render. By binding your event handlers like this, you create brand new functions every time React calls your components render. Easy fix is binding the constructor or class properties and arrow functions. Okay, yeah, cool. I will fix that at some point. Probably, these are the kinds of things that I don't mind doing just offline, or let's say today I get close to the end of the day and I'm like, I just can't focus anymore. That's the kind of thing I can probably work on pretty easily. But thank you, Hideo. So let's run a giveaway. Seldom Sky. Did I get this working yet? Are these in their own divs finally? Aha, it is. I have done it. Except for this. I don't know why this div is there. This has nothing in it. Oh, I screwed this up. Yeah, I screwed this up. If row.length is greater than 0 rows.push row. And also there's still a blank div. I have to fix that. Yeah, let's try that out. Here's your top 10. Hey, Demon Wolf. Do I still have an empty div here? I do. And what happens if I do this? What do we have now? 2. And then 2, yeah. So for some reason, I'm still getting an empty div here. I don't understand that. I guess we should just print out what rows contains. Or not even what it contains. I just want to know how many of each thing it contains. So I guess we'll do things this way. For each row index. Row dot length. There. Hey again, Bearsoft. No, Hideo, I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to come in handy when I finally make that change. Okay, so we should see row number 2. Row number 0 has 2. Row number 1 has 2. And row number 2 has 1. I don't think that's possible. Oh, unless... Oh, whoops. If bay dot is attack. So we're ignoring... Okay, yeah, I should have done that over here. If bay dot is attack, return. There we go. Yeah, so any bay that doesn't match what we're looking at right now, that should fix this. So I happen to have attack blueprints here. It's a good thing I'm testing this with real data. That fixed this. Good. Okay, so now we shouldn't have an empty div any longer. Let's take a look. So that div contains 2, and this div contains 1. If I add a new blueprint, then we should have 2 and 2. Yep, 2 and 2. And if I add a new blueprint, it should be 2, 2, and 1. Let's take a look. 2, 2, and 1. Yes, perfect. And I only want to add the create button if we can create a blueprint. Okay, so that really shouldn't be there. We should do it this way. This dot can create blueprint, then push a create button on there. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely used to it. And what are the limitations that could prevent creating a blueprint? Just that you have too many of them. So if I hit create enough times here, then there. Now I think I'm at the max. Okay, apparently I'm not. Apparently this is not. Oh, right. I set the max to something way higher than it was before. All right. Well, I'm probably not going to hit it. I think it's like 20 or something. Okay, so now we just need to get the theming correct on this. So this was each row needs to have its own class here. Class name equals styles.blueprint selector row. And that row's name is Albert Einstein. Let's get this div. So display flex. Aha, it already looks better. And then everything in the row, which is a blueprint selector icon, is going to have... Where are blueprint selector icons used? Is this the only place? I hope it is. Why search for the wrong thing? Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, it is the only place. So then where's blueprint selector icon? There it is. Flex auto. Yeah, this should work. We just need some padding around them. But I think this will look good now. Let's take a look. Yeah, cool. So as I add more here. Yeah, so let's... Oh, that's interesting and unintended. But I like it, so I'll keep it that way. Now let's just put some padding around all these things. Blueprint selector icon will say padding of 5 pixels. Does that look good? That looks better at least. What else did this have? This had borders around them all. Border 1px solid red. Just want to see where these things are lining up right now. Padding is inside the border. I guess I want margin. Probably margin and padding, right? No, that's probably fine, right? Now you can drag from here over to here and put a bot down. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. So we'll put some margin, probably a tiny bit of padding around this, 1 pixel even. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna really make this look great yet. Margin 5px, padding 1px, border. What does the border look like over here? And it's kind of a background color actually. I'm not gonna make this look good yet. I don't really care. We'll figure it out later. 1px solid cyan. Cyan's probably too bright. Okay. Yeah, let's just mute the color on that cyan a little bit, and then I think we're good enough here for now. So cyan should instead be something a little bit darker. That's not so hideous. A bab. And then actually I should be using border radius. Is that what it is? Yeah, border radius. Let's get some rounded corners on there, huh? Yeah, look at those buttons. Those are great. All right, whatever. Well, at least that wasn't so painful, for me at least. It was probably painful for you guys to watch that. So now when you add new bots, it'll just create new rows here. Yeah, I think that's good. And you can just drag these onto here so long as you don't have the maximum number of bots. Oh, that's interesting. Dragging to where you already have one placed will unplace it. Should probably be an overwrite. It drags with the border. Yeah. That's not worth fixing right now. It's polished too early. So show 2 columns. I beat Hideo. Ha! Ha! Hideo was not able to type it as quickly as me. I've done it. So yeah, let's start with that. Let's just check that in. That looks good. What about this one? Why did it take so long? Unexpected console statement. Yes, delete that. Missing semicolon. That was on the unexpected console statement. Blue, yellow, and fluorescent green. Let me find that picture. Hang on. There. Okay, so let's do this code in a much better way than how I had done it. So we'll just copy paste this entire thing and then fix it. So what we should be able to do here is push the create button. So we should really just have a list of things. Yeah, here's what we should be doing. New algorithm. 1, come up with list of things to put into rows. 2, put them into rows. What I was using, my current algorithm is put all blueprint icons into rows, then figure out how to fit the create button in there. I will share your feedback with EJ. Hey Raid. You remember day 1? You're here on day 1? Oh man. The game has changed a lot since then. So by the way, you can play the game right now, but there's also that pivot video if you want to watch that. This is how the game has changed since the beginning. Granted, these things didn't even exist, factories and upgrades and stuff. But the game used to be real time. It's not real time any longer. Okay, so I think I can do this in a much better way. So let's do this. Let's say const all grid elements equals that. Cool. Now we're going to map these and just do all grid elements dot push these. Perfect. Get rid of that now. And finally, if we can create blueprints, then we push that too. Perfect. Now we can go through everything in all grid elements and make rows out of it. And this doesn't really need to be a map. It can be a for each. Grid element. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Put this here. There. That should be a little bit cleaner, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Num in row. Why do I even do this? We don't need that. We can just do row.length. Get rid of that completely. Yeah, not bad. I think this should work exactly like how it just did. Oh yeah, actually Hideo, I'm pretty sure I was supposed to do that and just never did. Thanks for reminding me. There's a button down here at the bottom right. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me just expand this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it says next battle. I just never did that. But yeah, I'll add that to the list of things I need to do. And this is what November is all about. November is all about just taking people's feedback, making the game better and better and better, adding new UI. So yeah, by the end of the year, this game will look much better, even though it still won't look very polished. So does this work? Are we still in good shape here? Yes. And yes. Yeah, cool, perfect. Okay, good. So I think this is much better. Let's delete all of these now and see what happens. Delete, delete, delete. It's still laying them out correctly. So we should just end up with a plus button here. Yeah, interesting though that the plus button is just a single width. We're gonna have to fix that, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what I do about that. Actually, no, I know what I do. I just make the minimum width of this whole bar a little bit larger. And then that should fix everything. Min width 128px. Yeah. Except for it should be whatever width it's supposed to be. I don't know what. So blueprint selector will say min width is going to be, let's say 200. So if I were to refresh and try that again, if I go into here and I delete these, yeah, that still looks good. Okay, I like that. So we can check this in, and I like that I fixed up this code too. So let's see if this is understandable. So we get all the different elements that we want to render, then we put them into rows. I think this should be its own function. Get grid rows. So we'll just put this here, we'll put that there, get rid of that. Const rows equals this dot get grid rows. Cool. We should actually probably call it grid rows and then just return this. Okay, so this function will get all elements that are supposed to show in a grid and then lay them out correctly in an array of rows. There. So we can put some of these things up here. That, instead of rows, we could say grid rows. That's fine. All grid elements. Yeah, perfect. I think this is good. Okay. Also, for example, I'm in a game, I want to use 2 blueprints. I use the shortcut to select 2. I place a bot. That was a mistake. I wanted 3. I switched to 3 and click the existing bot number 2 to replace it. Since tile has a bot and I just switched blueprint, I think it's replace instead of removing. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm going to write that down too. That's actually something I realized as I was dragging a blueprint. So I agree with you there. I think I agree with you there. I think we need to see what it's like in practice. But yeah, this is working. Yep, cool. Okay. So that's good. That's all I wanted to do right there. We are going to just keep moving through this list. I think we should be able to make some pretty good progress today. This is my biggest goal for today, is just get the blueprint selector stuff kind of done. It'll work toward getting towers back in the game, but we're probably not going to get towers in the game today because that's a lot of back-end work as well. So let's commit that. Cool. I don't know if we need this here. Render create button with the... No, I don't... No, whatever. It's fine to have it. Okay. Everything else looks good. And we added in some CSS. So, show blueprints in 2 columns instead of 1. The blueprint selector now has 2 columns of blueprint selector icons. Done. All right, blueprint selector should always be present, i.e. you can't slide it away. I don't think you ever could slide it away. Oh, I know what I meant. Should take up dedicated space so that it's not covering part of the arena. What encryption method are you using? / what would you recommend? Encryption for what exactly? Because there's multiple different things that I'm doing here. One is for passwords, I'm using, what is it called? Password-based key derivation function 2, PBKDF2. For just general network traffic, I plan on using TLS, although I don't have that set up yet. But you don't need to do anything special. TLS just handles it for you. I think I've done something way more useful than homework. Sorting my music database for once. Nice. What signifies use strict? Use strict is going to check. Actually, the internet can do a better job of this than I can. Yeah. Yeah, I think you should check this out. Because it's going to enable a whole bunch of different things. EnvisionNet, what are you looking to encrypt? Alright, I don't think this is going to be easy to do. We have the blueprint selector here. We need to have the game only take up as much space as the blueprint selector, the right value, I mean. Where does this even show? Where does it show? Oh, here it is, Pixie component. Okay, so let's figure out how to even change the dimensions of the Pixie component. Then figure out what the right dimensions should be. Looking to encrypt passwords. I've tried loads of methods, even using multiple encryptions in one. In general, EnvisionNet, when it comes to encryption, don't ever try to do anything yourself. Try to use a library that already does it for you. So yeah, passwords in PHP, I would definitely look into some library or framework that does it. In general, you're looking to hash and salt passwords. Or salt and hash, I should say. What Wouter? No, I don't know if I've heard. No, I probably have heard a Bruce Springsteen song, but I wouldn't say I'm a fan because I don't know any of his songs. Just wondering what's the best for PHP. I can't help you out there, but yeah, in general, like I said, salting and hashing passwords is what you want to do. So I would look up an article. About, oh hey, Fenrix, thanks for subbing. To finish that sentence, envision that. I would look up an article on how other people do it and then look into that. And don't just use MD5 SHA-1. That'll get cracked by a rainbow table pretty quickly if your passwords ever get leaked. You should salt your passwords. Yeah, Wouter, I'm not sure if I know what those songs are, though. But yeah, Venrix, thanks for subbing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pixie component. Yeah, I was afraid of this. Okay, we need to control this somewhere else. No, I know the name Bruce Springsteen. I just don't know his songs. Alright, so this is not something that's done through React at all. It's done through browser window. Update window dimensions. And we set this and then update Pixie and camera dimensions. Oh, this is miserable. Oh yeah, this is bad. Oh man. So if I want to change this myself, this is going to get changed to WebGL canvas DOM element, but it doesn't always exist in the DOM. Whenever we update the window dimensions, we need to update both the canvas and our camera. This function handles both. Yeah, so game width and game height, and that's taken from there. What if I just never did this, so that's always 800 by 600? What does that look like? Hey, Sakalo. I have a big problem. Yesterday I say with you about depend child element that was given there. Classes, when I put the same code on other file and other local don't have errors in the console. So you should upload everything to something like JS so that we can, I don't know. Yeah, a bpaste or something would be helpful there. Alright, so this should look totally wrong. Good. So this is 800 by 600 now. And we need to make sure that the size is such that we can see everything here. So that's not covering anything. And that it gets updated with the size of the browser. So we need to leave this up to so I guess in-game is what should eventually call into update Pixie and camera dimensions such that it can pass in the width of the blueprint selector. Also, that means we need to offset where this is drawn. I guess that is as simple as just moving this component. Also, is this increasing in size? No, I think that's just an illusion. So this, can we just say left for 200 pixels or something? Nope. Uh-oh. Ref equals game area, and then we have the Pixie component. Okay. And Paranoid Apathy, thanks for following. I also like the name. Redux. No, React. Okay, so we go to the Pixie component. That is right here. Let's show an elements pane. That's this. Could have sworn that's what I just put a left 200 on. Yeah. There we go. Position relative. Yeah, so what we want is for this thing to show just to the right of that bar and then be sized correctly as well. All right, this shouldn't be too bad. It's going to involve changing a decent amount of code. This e-ticket. Oh, nice. Cool. 2007. Cannot read. So this has in-game content. This would be here. We have flex auto. We're going to need position relative. And then we'll need to set a left on it eventually too. In fact, if we were to just set a left on it of whatever this number is, 221 pixels, then it should look okay. It won't be great, and we still need to make this dynamic anyway, but let's take a look. So yeah, this is kind of how we want it to end up looking. Okay, cool. So we need to make sure that this doesn't automatically get called, and that it should be handled entirely by in-game, which is the only thing that ever shows this canvas. I have a feeling there are going to be things that I want to do eventually that are going to cause me to refactor this entire thing. Let's take a look. So Pixie Wrapper Renderer, we don't have that, do we? Oh man. No, we don't. So we'll need to call into a function here that does this. We'll just need to specify what these things are. Hey, Blueberry King. And yes, I do. I'm excited. Alright, so wait, what's the problem? The error that appears in the console. Cannot read property append child of null. So yeah, Bearsoft, you need to wait for the DOM to finish loading. What is it? HTML document on load. Oh, how do I know the meaning? Oh, sorry. I read what Wouter said. I think he does, and then just skimmed your message. I think most Americans know it. It's something that's usually on TV. That's generally how they know. Okay, so I guess this shouldn't be done from here. It should be done from in-game whenever this is modified. There isn't anything that takes the window height or width into account though. What render does. But every time we render this is not when we want to change that. I guess we could add our own handler if we want. We need to delete it too. I would just say it's like bless you. I don't think it necessarily translates directly to that. Okay. According to translate it does. And yeah, no problem, Bearsoft. These are the kinds of things I don't mind you asking here. I do think you should try to look at a tutorial or something and see if they answer some of these questions. That has a religious meaning, doesn't it? I think it originally did, but I think saying bless you after someone sneezes now, I don't necessarily associate it with religion, I guess. I bet different people have different views on that, though. I don't think that's a majority view. It is bless you. Bless you. Okay. I mean, I did look it up after I said what I said. So I need this to happen whenever the window size changes. I could add event listeners in-game to accomplish this. Yeah, I'm not sure what the best way is because we need pixie renderer for this. I don't like this. Actually, wait, this is only to get an element here. Then we eventually just resize the renderer and call canvas size changed. So we could probably figure this out ourselves, right? What is this? Parent, and then we get the grandparent so that we can get the padding. We could do that ourselves, yeah. And then just call into these. Okay, so let's try this. So let's say update pixie and camera dimensions redux. I'm gonna rename this function eventually. To do rename this. And then we'll pass in a width and a height. And we'll just get rid of the word game from here. Yeah. Then this needs to be passed into here. Good. And then in game, whenever we get that the window size has changed, bound resize handler. Oh, well, we already have this. So we need to just compute the same thing that I was computing over here. Except for this time, we're doing it from a different place. So let's find out what this thing refers to. And we should be able to figure out what we need here. So this is not going to exist. And here we are. So the parent of this is a div, and the grandparent is... What is the grandparent? The grandparent is in-game content, which we have a ref to from over here. So this shouldn't be that bad. In-game content. Yeah, we have game area. We can just use that. Just look at game area. Okay, this might actually be better code than what I had before. Let's try it out. We're still going to need all of this information. And from this is how we get... Yeah, so grandparent. And then we call into the update function. Okay, let's try that out. So we're going to say game area equals this dot refs dot game area. We need all the padding variables still. And then this. Good. Now we just get rid of the word grandparent here with game area. And then game width, game height. This dot props dot route dot that with game width and game height. Okay, well, that might work. Now we just get rid of this. Update window dimensions. Yeah, just delete that. Alright, well, I'm curious to try this. Definitely. This is going to have to go away too, probably. Because this entire thing is no longer going to exist. Alright, let's try it out. Let's try it out. Okay, that broke something. Each child in an array should have a unique key. Oh, what? No, I fixed this. No. Oh man, the blueprint selector won't even render this anymore. I wonder why. It says it needs a unique key, but I have a unique key here. Grid row? That's probably not going to help. Hi, grade A under A. What kind of game am I making? Oh, wait a second. You were D grade A under A? I'm guessing based on the number of views you have. I also didn't know you were a Twitch streamer. Huh. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm making a game called Botland. It's actually online right now. I can show you what it's all about. Well, I can show you as soon as I fix this bug. In the meantime, there's that video there. Wow. Adam, you know who I am? I think most of the internet knows who you are, don't they? Also, hang on. So that makes two YouTubers who have been here. where most people are like, whoa, who's this? Yeah, I've seen some of your videos. I am not on YouTube as much as I'm on Twitch though, but I didn't know you were on Twitch. Oh man, why is this not working though? Because I'm still getting this unique bug, right? Yes, I am. Two YouTubers. Who is the other? Live Overflow. Although Live Overflow does a very niche set of YouTube videos. It's about cybersecurity. Okay, so we need to figure this out. Making my current video and I'm bored. I like checking out creative streams. Well, nice. Yeah, welcome. And like I said, there's that video that shows off the game. I'd like to just be able to show you. Actually, no, you know what? I can show you here. Just a casual 3 million subscriber YouTuber passing by. Oh, I find that funny. Okay, yeah, so check it out. So the game is online over here. This is by no means complete, but the way that this game works is you make a defense around your CPU. So here I have a computer and I make bots out of a couple of things. One, cosmetic pieces. So if I want to customize these in any way, I can just drag off some of these pieces here and put them back on in whatever order I want. You can do something like that. Octopus head on the blacksmith body with very bright colors. Then you can customize what they do. So I've got repair, armor, and regen on this bot. I could put something like melee and cloaking and reflect. Something along those lines. Then, and here's where things are pretty different from regular strategy games, you can write a script for the bot. So here I've got one that repairs and shields. If I just put melee on, so let's make a really simple script here. I'll put melee, we'll put cloaking, and I'll just pursue enemy bots. And that's it. So you build up your defense out of these bots, and you build up your attack for other people's defenses out of these bots. So if I want to test this out, we can see kind of how it looks here. So I've got my repair bots, which look like those little dragon shapes. The repair bots didn't have any offenses on them, but the octopus bots had artillery on them, so they were shooting. If I want to go attack somebody else, I can do that. So I will be attacking make TJ mod. Defense last updated 47 years ago. Like I said, lots of bugs. And let's put this here. There. Wrecked. Well, almost wrecked. Phase 2. There we go. And Kazoos, I think if someone comes in here with nearly 1 million Twitch viewers, you can be pretty certain it's the person they say they are. Yeah, the whole 47 years thing is coming from there. Alright, so I still need to figure out why this is happening. Check the render method of blueprint selector. This is the render method, and maybe what I lost is, no, this has a key. So maybe the only key is missing from here. Let's try this out. Let's say key equals create button, create blueprint button. That might work. How many lines of code is the game? Yeah, so that 34,000 count is pretty close. If I go to this tells you the exact count. Yeah, it's actually closer to 35,000 now. Yeah, I've been working on this game for like 14 months, and it's been quite a roller coaster. Without going into too much history here, the game used to be very different from what it is. And there was this period of time where I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't come up with what the game should be and how it's going to work. And oh, man. Still not the best way in which you could have meant that. I don't know what this conversation is about, Wouter. But yeah. Can I add you on Steam? All right, well, we got rid of that bug. Now this thing is showing up, but probably behind where it should be. And I'm not totally sure how that ended up happening. So let's go take a look. We can search for blueprint selector. There it is. It's there apparently. Oh, you know what's doing this? It's because I put a position. Okay, I know what's going on. We can fix this pretty easily. So we just need to find the game area. This right here. Show an element's pane. So we have a position relative on here. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Check it out. Got it. Got it. Level 1. There's a friend list cap on Steam. And yeah, I imagine you'd have a full friend list on Steam. Okay, so that was just a position absolute thing. So I did fix that bug at the very least. I found out that was from the create button. And thanks for the follow. Excuse me. Thank Nick for the host. That was an auto host though. Procrastinating while making videos. Yeah, that's apparently what he's doing. Okay, so fix the bug where I have position relative on the in-game. Actually, that shouldn't matter. All I need to do is position this thing correctly now. So we can go into here and just set. We need to know the width of the blueprint selector. All right. I can have all these pieces in my head. I just need to do them now. So let's put a bookmark there and go to the blueprint selector and just give this a ref. Ref equals blueprint selector. So up here, we need to get the width of that. This shouldn't be too bad. This dot refs dot blueprint selector const a equals that. And we'll just log it so that it stays in memory. It's not transpiled out. Actually in code. All right, so connect, and we do this, and it should break in immediately. It did not. That is not what I expected. Man, what did I do wrong here? Is it that I'm not resizing this? Because I guess that's one of the first things that should be called. No, I must have screwed something up. Maybe this doesn't exist. Or maybe, yes, or maybe there's a giant red. Here it is, yeah. Get rid of that. Okay, I know everyone's talking to grade A under A. I also have a question, which is it annoying when you're trying to procrastinate and there are a bunch of people asking you questions? All right, so blueprint selector. Yeah, here it is. So all we need to do is get the width of that. This star ref dot blueprint selector. I think we can get the DOM element from here, right? Do we even need to do that? There's a way to do this, and I've done this before, and I apparently don't remember how to do this. Where's that game area? Game area dot style. And there's client width. Okay, so however I did it for that, I should just be able to do it for this too. That's undefined though. But that's defined. Or I screwed this part up. Oh, I probably screwed this part up. Oh, thanks, Coolio. An unreasonable one. I don't mind explaining any part of what I'm doing if you have any questions. MS Paint. But yeah, and if you guys want to try out the game, you totally can. It's online today. It'll be online for most of November while I'm streaming. I'm an... That's why we had this. Okay, so what we need to do is just search this. Get DOM element from React. I think in most games, some people like to take screenshots of the end game screen, even with replays, and even me who doesn't care. I think the arena should not reset. Oh, yeah. The goal is to make it not reset at the end. You should be able to just watch the replay of everything that happened. So that's another one of those things I want to do. There's a way to do this. Get DOM node. I did not see that for some reason. Yeah, it's not there. Huh, I don't know. Like, we have this thing here. It's very strange. And I could have sworn I had done this too. 12-year-old give you a pep talk about stress. Well, at least the intentions are good. Okay, I know I used to do this. Let's go take a look. I wonder if I can just search get DOM node. Probably not. But I used to do this back in dragging blueprints around. Oh, React doesn't like get DOM node anymore. Instead, you're supposed to just use the node directly, which is a DOM node now. What? What? Yeah, what? What does this mean? No, this can't be right. Oh, right. Oh my god. Oh, whoops. Okay. I know what I'm doing wrong. There's no get DOM node. I've made this mistake a bunch of times. I need to put this on the div instead of... Okay, so what I'm working on right now is position the in-game UI correctly. In order to do this, I need a ref to a DOM node, not to a React node. Alright, I got it. Are you using React DOM instead of React though? I am using... Actually, let's take a look. I don't know if I even have React DOM anymore. BLCL npm list React DOM. I am using React DOM. Although where? It works? Okay. The thing is, I think... Also, I'm only using this in like 2 places. What do I even use this for? For render and for... And this. Find DOM node of the name input. Yeah. Okay, this would work. Thanks, Hideo. So let's just go include that. And then this should work much better. No, Sakala. We're not talking about politics today. We're not talking about politics ever, actually, on this stream. Alright, so this should be React DOM.find DOM node. We pass in the input. And if we ever need to change this, this should be pretty easy. We're using it in like 4 places in the entire code base, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. This should now work, and then finally we just need this as well. And we should be done. Let's try that out. Well, done. I need air quotes around that because I still need to finish up the remaining part of this. But it shouldn't take very long. Let me put it that way. So now we have A, and we can get the width of this, client width, 220. Perfect, because that number should have been, I think, 221. And that's at least really close. So we'll say this, blueprint selector equals that. And now we need to update. Oh, how do we do this? How do we do this? So we need to give that a left property. How long have I been streaming? So I've been streaming for about 14 months now. In fact, so there's an FAQ here that actually is on here of is Botland your full-time job? I started, oh, actually exactly 14 months ago. Yeah, wow. Yeah, cool. And if you're curious, I find this stuff interesting. But you can take a look at the growth over the last 427 days, and it's just a straight line. So I stream for about 32 hours a week, and I've kept that schedule since I started. Okay, so the other part we need to do here, so that's done. Now position the in-game content based on the width of the blueprint selector. That should actually be something that should be done by default now that we don't have sliding pages anymore. This shouldn't require anything dynamic since we don't need the blueprint selector. And if I could type to slide. Happy Twitch birthday. Twitch birthday is at 12 months, not 14 months. On the UX matter, it'd be pretty nice to duplicate to yeah, I'll write that down at the very least. I'm not sure how I feel about that because right now WASD is what's used for panning the arena around. And I don't know if you're still going to want that eventually, but if you take a look right now, and then Q and E are for zooming. So you can zoom, you can move the arena around. You can do that with the keyboard right now. I don't know if that makes the most sense. We'll have to take a look. But I'll write it down for now. So position in-game content based on width. Blueprint selector, yeah. And then this will hopefully work. So let's take a look. What does this look like right now? It's hey in Polish. Oh, hey PyTrack then. I see you use some way of routing for variables like in Angular. Do you use routing? I do. Routing is just a general concept. So Angular has it. React, you'll typically have something like it. So is this sized correctly? I guess it's impossible to know. And one of the things I need to take into account here is const blueprint selector. So game width actually should be like this. Game width minus equal blueprint selector dot client width. So remove the space taken up by the blueprint selector. Oh, UI, slow going. There we go. Okay, so that is correct, and now we just need to position this over on the right side instead of where it is. So if we get rid of, where does the blueprint selector show up? Here, and this has a position of absolute. If we just got rid of that, and same thing for in-game, we got rid of that too. Then maybe that'll just fix things. Let's take a look. Nope. Oh, gotta love this. Alright, that was bad. Let's figure out how we're supposed to fix this then. I guess it's because I didn't use display flex on the parent. I need to do that. So the blueprint selector, if we put flex auto on here, and every time I say flex auto, I think of Flexo from Futurama. That fixed it. There you go. Next issue. In-game bot view block. That stuff's gonna have to go away. And in-game sliding sections, I guess we can put display flex on here. No. No, this won't work. Well, so this should have flex auto, and then this is too hard to look at right now. There's too much of this stuff in here. There's inventory, hardware, those things are going to need to go away. We should just get rid of those. And then the blueprint selector itself. So then in-game content is here. And then, yeah, this just doesn't work. Too bad. Yeah, Kairos, that's how I feel. Hey, Nucleon John. Nope. I probably wouldn't do that, Wouter. So the problem is that I have a bunch of cruft in the in-game page still with the inventory and hardware. I need to get this. Let's take a look. In fact, I should have rendered these differently. Oh, thanks, Coolio. Gotten a decent amount of bits today, actually. So sliding div, this shouldn't even be there anymore. In fact, could I just gut this whole thing right now? God, I don't really want to do this. Yeah, and then show in-game hardware loadout. What does this do? Just set to translate. So I get sliding divs to work by setting an absolute position and then just dynamically adding classes that have a translate. And now we'll get rid of it all. Hooray. Hooray. I don't feel good about doing this. I definitely don't. But this can't exist here anymore. Let's copy paste it out of here and just start deleting stuff. So this should be gone. This should be gone. All of that, I guess. Bot view. Bot view still needs to exist, but not there. So I guess we're going to get rid of that too. So we're left with what? The blueprint selector, the game area, and then a whole bunch of other nonsense. So that's not so bad. I love watching development when I'm not at the moment. It inspires me. Well, good, Coolio. A man with a duck on his head. Well, that was what you advertised. That is what we got. The duck doesn't look too mad either. So we're going to get rid of these things, because now this won't be used anywhere. So that's gone, and that's gone. Show edit button is never going to be used. Yeah, we're always going to have this set to false. And then disable script library dropdown, that's gone too. Visibility of bot view class. Alright, yep, so delete this whole thing, delete this whole thing. I'd be surprised if this even still works anymore. So now we just need display flex on these. Shouldn't be too bad. And then whatever is using this needs, so display flex auto and width, and then finally this also has flex auto. It's down here for some reason. What is this doing there? Oh, I see, because I need flex direction row. Yeah, and then this can't take up the amount of space that it's taking up right now. Where does it get that width from? Where does it get that width from? Okay, let's try this out. So in-game page, we put display flex. We already had that. Flex direction is set to column. I guess that's the problem here. We need to set this to row. So it already had this. And then blueprint selector. Blueprint selector does not care about flex right now. So flex auto. But that really shouldn't be the case. The width of this thing should be like, what exactly? Let's just measure this. So it is 174 pixels out of about 1,000. So it's like 17% of the page. We'll say 17%, and min width is probably, oh, it already has one. So that's the blueprint selector. Now the only other thing we need here is the in-game area. Here it is. According to Twitch, grade A had enough of the ducks. Alright, in-game page, display, flex, and flex auto. Okay, I think this is fine. I'm just not laying this out correctly still, and I'm not totally sure why. Oh, there we go. So the problem is that this width can change, and also this, oh God, stuff bugs me. Weevil, thanks for following. I think the problem here is I need to set this other one to have a width of like 83%. Then I think it would work. Class name in-game content. Yeah. Let's try that out. Wow, EJ. By the way, EJ, you would be happy to know. Let me show you this. Let me B-paste this for you. Someone was talking about working on the UI earlier. "22 minutes. That's pretty good. All right, nice. Yeah, this is much better. Still not correct though. What is it supposed to look like and how should it scale? Maybe your viewers can help you. It should look like this page. And how it should scale is that this should pretty much stay the same size. Which means I should probably get rid of the flex part on it at all. Maybe flex 0 on that. Also, yeah, I'm just really bad at CSS and trying to figure these things out. Where does this go? Blueprint selector. Yeah, width. I think we should say flex 0. So this does not grow or shrink. Yeah, but then I run into that problem, don't I? I guess 17% isn't enough. Flex 1. Darn, I don't know what to set this to. I don't remember what I learned about flex. I need to go look into that again. Yeah, that's not right. Oh, this is just frustrating. No problem, EJ. Wow, dude. I don't think anyone's really going to do that. It is interesting, though, when someone with a gigantic YouTube following comes into the channel, though. Make the parent display flex, flex row, flex flow row, no wrap. The left sidebar, like 120. 1-0 auto. Yeah, I wanted to look into what those mean. Flex grow, flex shrink. I don't know if I want to allow it to grow, though. Maybe I do. Flex 1-0 auto. Are the bots of the login screen kissing after login? Yeah, that's certainly what it looks like. Okay, so let's try this out. This should lay out this correctly, and then this is incorrect. And it looks like what's going wrong is that the width here is wrong. Yeah, this. All right, now let's see. So does this happen even here? Yes, it does. Okay, so we just need to go back into that. And now what we'll get here is game width is 632. That should be the size of the whole browser, is it? It's 834. That's not right. That's not right. Oh, that's why. Oh my God. Okay. That was silly. Yeah, that was silly. We don't need to come up with any of this dynamic sizing anymore. We can just say game width equals this and game height equals this. And then get rid of all of this, I'm pretty sure. And it should just work. And even then, yeah, okay, let's try that out. Apart from your fear of heights, what else are you afraid of? Is this the kind of thing I want to be sharing on Twitch? What are my biggest fears? I don't think that's a good idea. Alright, what's going wrong now? I must have screwed this up. Yeah, game width minus equal. There we go. So does it work? Yeah, looks like it's working. The only part now is that this is broken. Display flex. What happened to this? 1-0 auto. Doesn't seem to work. Blueprint selector scroll. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Here it is. 1-0 auto. What if we got rid of that? I don't know how to get this to be laid out correctly then. Adam Pope can't be scared of ducks. Okay, then we resize this, and what happens? Nothing. Alright, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do here. And I had this working too. I think the reason why is because I shouldn't be specifying a width on both of these. Yeah, I think I get rid of the width on this one, and I just say flex auto. What does that look like now? Yeah. No, that's still wrong. Oh, God. And there's this white space over here now. Oh, man. Yeah, this is frustrating. I think it's because as the first one is laying out, it's not going to know what the size of this should be. God, I hate working with this stuff. I'd like to not have to worry about this. And really, part of the problem here is this keeps growing and shrinking. I don't think it should grow or shrink at all. I think we should just give it a size and tell it not to grow. So we say flex 0, 0. Where else do we do this? We set flex grow to 0, but flex to auto. Huh. Thanks, Coolio. That should upgrade your badge, I think. Auto, inherit, or number. None is 0, 0 auto. And what is auto? What is auto for that? Default 0, 1 auto. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to be. But let's try that. Flex none. Is there a reason to make the list width dynamic? No, I don't think so. I'm not really... I don't feel like I'm really with it today. Does this fix everything? Yeah, it looks like it. The problem though is that now this... I think just the minimum width for this is not set correctly, that's all. Because this is currently... how many pixels? 202. Yeah. So it should just be more than that, that's all. So we need to say something like... Where do I set this? Color equals... Where... I don't know. Here we go. Do they say how to use this? Language features. Here we go. Variables. Got it. Finally. Okay, so we just need at icon size 96. So here it's really it's the icon size plus the margin plus the padding times the number of elements in each column. Yeah, I don't like this. I'm just gonna get rid of this. We'll change this to something that's just inclusive here. 225, I think. Is there a single wiki page about notable days during the development of Botland? I don't think so. Yeah, this still looks super weird. Alright. I don't know. I've screwed this whole thing up. And setting this width lower doesn't seem to do anything. I think it's just that matters. Yeah, that looks better now. Okay, so yeah, you can click and you can drag these things over still, but now the mouse coordinates are wrong because this thing has been laid out differently. This is great. Fix dragging bots into the arena now that the arena is offset. Have you had a day where you got up and just wanted to go back to bed because of Botland? I'm sure I have. I mean, 14 months of working on almost any project, I'm sure you're going to feel like that at some point. And today, for example, I don't think I've been in like the best mood today. And I also think that in general, the stuff I'm working on is not very interesting to me right now. With that said, it's very important to get this stuff done. I think as I move on with Botland development, we're going to get to the point where the amount of programmatic problems that I really need to think about and solve is going to decrease. And the amount of things where it's like, hey, let's spend an entire day getting this pixel to look like it's in the correct position, those things are going to increase because it's going to be all about polish and getting transitions to look nice and like bots to be laid out correctly and the right images to be used and everything. And it's going to be like 6 months of that kind of work. So it's going to be a little bit tough, definitely. Let's go figure this out. So the tap handler, I guess all tap handling should at some point have the X coordinate removed from it. Okay, so some tap handler has offsets taken into account. Let's find out where this happens. So there's this. I guess this is where this is happening. So close. So when we tap here, for example, we get an event. We tapped like what, roughly on that tile? That's like 70 pixels in. I don't know a whole lot about your game, but it looks like it would play nice on a tablet. Yeah, Jamie, that's the goal. And if you want to try it out right now, you can. Actually, I haven't tested it on a tablet in a while. I have an iPad right here, actually. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens. So this is the world's slowest iPad. And easy peasy, it is JavaScript. Okay. So let me just go to this URL, and I can show you guys what happens. I don't know what happens. It probably won't work that well. So play.bot.land. Let's load this up. And no, I know you told me about the Chrome feature. I want to see how it actually feels on an iPad, though. So for one, it's not really doing anything right now. Let's see. It shows a loading bar. Just select your iPad so people can see. Oh, nice. Okay, so it is actually loading the main page of Botland. That's pretty good. So let's log in. Okay. Oh, nice. There's replay information. This is actually working pretty decently. Let's try replaying a battle. See what happens here. That worked. But now there's no play replay button. So I can pan around the arena and I should be able to zoom in too. Yeah, that works. And I can tap bots. Huh, not bad. Yeah, so it's kind of working on an iPad. It's not great, but it's also not terrible. That's good to see. A lot of things are laid out poorly. So yeah, let's try attacking Andin. We can see Andin's bots over there. I'm going to just drag some onto here and make this pretty quick. Also, this is an iPad 2. It's incredibly slow for most apps, but it's not too bad for Botland, actually. It could definitely be better. On a newer iPad, it's probably fine. Okay, so I am going to zoom out and we can watch this play out together. Hopefully this works. So I press the commence button. I don't even know if I hit. Oh, it apparently ran and I didn't get to see any of that. Yeah, pretty good. You intend to make apps? I think I probably will. Yeah, the replay issue is the same. Yep. Yeah. Just wait the performance drop once you put in phone gap. Yeah. So event dot, what is this? Source event. There should be like a client X and a page X, offset X. That's probably right. Yeah, so I need offset X, which probably doesn't even exist in all of the events here. But then we go into the camera. Camera calls tap handler. Tap handler does event.center.x. Let's see what we've got for that. Yeah, that's a large number. Do we have anything else that's helpful here? Offset direction, 1. Offset velocity. I mean, this is okay. It's not great. And these tap handlers get used where exactly? They get passed into hammer time. Yeah. So in the case where you are, this could be any arbitrary element. We don't necessarily know what this gets included in, which is going to make this actually really hard to do. Can you use React Native instead of PhoneGap? Yeah, I can. I've got to figure out how I'm going to put this into phone apps at some point. That's going to be a fun set of weeks. Probably going to need to buy a Mac Mini just for that. Huh. So I don't know if there's a generic way to do this, given that it has to take the element. I think the way I should do it is to have the tap handlers added by in-game. That way it can calculate the offsets itself, and I don't need to check if the camera exists. Yeah, go on eBay, get a Mac Mini. Yeah. It sounds like it'll be frustrating to do that though. I don't know how long it'll take to do this stuff either. And these are the kinds of things where I think it's pretty important for a launch of a game to be on different platforms. There are probably going to be lots of different bugs that people find too. Oh, Louis, thanks. Welcome back. Let me copy this thing in. There we go. Nice. The resubs are coming. Hey, Petcos. Two months in a row. All right. Why am I so out of it today? Man. Oh, wow. Thanks a lot, Louis. Thanks a gazillion. Yeah, nice. 500 bits. Yeah, I think for mobile apps, are you going to build a new client or are you going to use the browser client? I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, Endoran. I very much doubt I'm going to make a new client for all of this stuff. I'd like to reuse as much of my code as I can. And I think that should be doable. I mean, I just loaded it on an iPad. Granted, that's not a mobile app, but it's just the web page. And it looked, I mean, it's mostly fine. Performance isn't great. It's not terrible, though. So this is done, this is done, this is done. This is done, this is done, this is done, and this is done. So there's just this left to do, and then clean up code. I got rid of the sliding divs, but I didn't get rid of all of the related properties. Yeah, Electron is probably going to happen. From what I understand about Electron, though, it should just be like download Electron and then just, I'm done. Build it. We have an exe now. So it'd be nice if I could do that sort of thing for everything, but I don't think it's going to work. Okay, so I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then I'll spend some more time working on this. All I want to do is like these couple of points. So yeah, I'll just go use the bathroom really fast. BRB. All right. And yeah, I appreciate that, the whisper you sent. I think I mentioned this the other day. There are days where you wake up and you don't feel like you're on point. And then enough things happen where it kind of backs that up for you. And then it's hard to get out of that cycle for the day at least. Then you wake up the next day and everything's totally fine and you're like, today's a great day. And I think today's just a more difficult day than normal. And I think part of it too is like the stuff I'm doing, I think it's necessary. I think once I'm done with it, I feel good. But while I'm doing it, it's not exciting stuff necessarily. So let's fix this up. Then, like I said, after these couple of things, I'm probably gonna go get lunch, and then I'll stream my remaining like 2-3 hours when I come back from lunch. But this will take another probably 20-30 minutes at least. So right now, the way these things are working is there's a... Wait, where does this get done? Tap handler is right here, and that's in the Pixie component, but this is not really where it should be. Actually, wait a second. Could it be here? And we just take this div into account? Graph Pixie div. Let's try that out, actually. We get an event here. We need to... We really just need to know the x and the y coordinate of this. So let's put a breakpoint here and say this.refs.pixie div. Let's take a look at that. Because wherever this div is mounted, we'll know where we are relative to that. What antimatter div? Oh man. You don't have walls. Alright, so when we click here, which is at like 0, 0, actually let's click like right here. Yeah, there. So A is our div, yes, and then event has a center.x, it's 248, but we know where this thing is, right? Can we figure that out? Is there like an offset left? 227. So ev.center.x minus a.offset.left, or offset left, is 21. And is that roughly the number of pixels that are right there? Because I clicked like right there. That is 24 pixels. So I'm not exactly sure where this counts from. 23 pixels, but that's not bad at least. Because I could do things that way. And I think in camera, we have the tap handler here. We get the x and the y, and then we convert it to world coordinates. So we could just say x and y, or center x, center y. Then get rid of these, and then change these to center x, center y. And then in this tap handler, let's try this out. So we say const center x equals ev.center x minus this.refs.pixie div.offset left. And then same thing for this. So we want this one, and left turns into top actually, not right. And we just pass in center x and center y. And probably the original event. We don't need that actually. Let's try that. So now when we drag, no, drag still won't work, but when we click it should. Oops, just get rid of that for now. No, clicking does not work. Tap handler. That goes into main. Man, this is annoying. So this should have just been ... args. And same thing with really any of these. because we don't care what's passed into us here. There, that should be everything. Let's try that. And like I said, this only should fix taps, but we eventually need to fix it for pinch and anything else. Still not working. Ev is not defined. Are we trying to use it in here? Oh, we are. We need the original event then. Okay, well, it's not like it's hard to get that. So now we can pass that in here. What were some of the inspirations for Botland? So Diablo 2 was the biggest one. It's in the FAQ there. How'd you get the idea for Botland? So yeah, just check that out. Because that's take me like 30 seconds to explain. I'm trying to fix this bug right now. Why won't this work? Man, I thought I would have gotten this already. Apparently not though. Well, let's take a look. Let's print these things out. Center X. Let's do it this way. Tap handled. Center X. Center Y. No problem, Jamie. Not a number and not a number. Interesting. I guess it's ev.center.x and I had screwed that up. Did I? Yeah, I did. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. We just need to go change this then. There. Did it work? Nice. Okay, so let's test it out now. So clicking this tile puts a bot there. And then as soon as we get to the point where we're clicking this tile, yep, and yep, and yep. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. And as we're zoomed in, that also works fine. Yes, it does. Okay, so we have now offset that correctly. We need to do that for everything. So there's the pinch handler as well. Let's go figure out where these things go. Pinch, pinch start. Pinch handler. This just takes, yeah, center X and center Y again. So we're gonna need to do the same thing over here. And Feek, thanks for following. Thanks to everyone who followed today. I want to remind everyone, when you follow me, you get a whisper from BotLad. That is my bot. The whisper is, well, it's the same thing that you get from something like this. So the link looks like this. This is a very scary looking link, I understand. But if you click everything in it, it just changes the colors of the lights in my room. So if you wanna mess around with that, be my guest. Totally don't have to click it if you don't trust it. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Dave. Okay. So yeah, the rest of these shouldn't be too bad. I think just applying this pattern is all I really need to do. So here we'll say center X, center Y. So focus starts off as those, center X and Y. Cosme, thanks for following. So now I need to pass those in. So that's on pinch handler. Okay, here. So we do this, center X, center Y, cool. You put these same things here. Nice. Pinch start. What do we use for that? Nothing. So that's fine. And what else do we need? Pan and pan start. Pan handler. We use delta X. That's probably fine. And pan start. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, well, that should allow everything to work, I hope. Let's test it out. So we drag a bot onto that tile. and it went way over there. No, that is totally wrong. Oh, where does that happen? That's coming from place bot, which is really from this tap handler. Camera.tap handler. No, I'm not sure where this goes. Tapped in camera, tap handler. Yeah, so the camera should be what handles that here. Convert to world coordinates. Yeah, that looks fine. Huh. Wonder what's wrong here then. Well, let's just put a breakpoint in place bot. So what we're going to do is drag a bot over to the first tile. Except for we're going to do this like that. There we go. And now we should be able to figure out exactly what happened here. It's pointer up. Oh no. Oh, this is going to be annoying. I think I know what's going on here. Drag end listener. Yeah, we have event.pagex. We can't use that. So everywhere that drag and drop is done onto the arena, oh, there's going to be a problem. Well, is there anything else in event that can help us? Event.pagex is 270. This should be... There's client X. No, that's also 270. Client X0? That's 62. I guess that's what we want. Client X0. I just don't know where that came from. And there's X0. That's also 72. This is coming from interact, so these probably exist in all of them. We can just try that. But let's go take a look at what the difference between these things is. Client X. Client X and Y coordinates. Page X and Y coordinates. So we want client X0 and client Y0. That's it. So in drag end and in drag move, I guess that's where we want both of those things, huh? What does drag move even do? Let's try that out. Still didn't work. Alright, at least it broke in here. Let's take a look. So this came from stopped dragging blueprint. Excuse me. These things look like they're correct now, though. Then here we say place bot with placing factory tile X of 3. That can't be correct. Especially given that this passed in a position of 44. How did that happen? Oh, the movement part is what's broken there. Okay, got it. Yeah, so these do need to be updated to client. There. And actually, anywhere else that we have page X should just be deleted. Cool. Liam Williams, thank you for following. Let's try dragging this. Okay. I think... No, what's going on here? No, this is not working. It's dragging to some weird coordinates. Yeah, something weird's happening here. It's because of that movement that I just messed up. Moved dragging blueprint. This is what we'll select. Yeah, XY. Convert. And then figure out which tile. Okay, let's print this out. Today has just been a great day for coding, huh? I've made next to no progress. Feels bad. All right, so 0, 0, yeah. When do we finally get to 1, 0? Never. So no matter where we drag this, it thinks we're at 0, 0. Huh. I wonder what it thinks the coordinates are that whole time. Let's go take a look. Because that should be here at the very least. Hey, stack of pancakes. That's good to hear. Yeah, I was actually told about it by Void Dreamer, who probably hasn't been in chat for a while. Yeah, last seen on October 19th. Whenever I mention that someone hasn't been in chat for a while, though, they show up within like 2 days. Maybe he uses the place where you started dragging from. I'm not sure. I'm not even going about testing this in the best way. Let's take a look. So client coordinates. Oh, they're just stuck in the same position every time. Well, that's no good. This event must have something else in it then. Let's just do console.log event. Adnan 4a says question mark. What is the question mark about? You from USA? Yeah. Yeah, there's the FAQ here. Okay, so what do we have in here? Because the client coordinates are never changing. Oh, there's client x0, and then there's client... Oh, so we just get rid of the zeros here? And then what, everything's fixed? Hidea. That's pretty funny. So we should stop printing this out now, because this might actually... Oh, it's nowhere near correct. Client X and client Y. Why? Why? And there's no talk of politics in here today. This is a place to go to watch someone fumble around with coding. Alright, yeah, that's the problem. This should be like 0 right now, and it's 252 or 254. And I need to figure out where we have the number 0 in here. Do we? Or anything low enough for an x coordinate? No. Is there any other way we can do this, though? Maybe there's a smarter way to go about doing this. Yeah, this eventually goes to in-game, so maybe that'll work. Moved, dragging, blueprint. Well, we could do it that way. Yeah. God, I don't like it, though. I just can't think of how else this will work, because we need to translate into a different coordinate space, and first we need to get rid of any offset that we have. I just find it surprising that there's no way to figure out how this is offset from its parent. Maybe there's an original event in here or something like that. Source event, anything? There's target interaction. There is this down event, and down event is what has an offset. What if... No. Let's figure this out. I voted Adam for president of the moon. Okay, moon politics are allowed. And then there's also interactable. which has a set of events on here. Okay, so there are a couple of different ways we can do this. One is go through here and try to figure out. Wait, is this the best way to even do things? I would need to know how this is offset. It's like 200 something pixels. We don't seem to have that information. Gesture, modifier, pointer delta, client, page. Nope, not helpful. Well, anyway, there was this, which I thought was one way, which it doesn't look like that's going to help me. And no, yeah, that's not going to help me. And number two is that I can shim this event and then just plug in the right coordinates myself. Can you redo that test and stop at the top left corner of the arena like 2 pixels in? So I can. I think this shouldn't know where I drop it. Actually, yeah, it would be in the drop event, not even in the drag event. Adam wants to take away our moon guns. I never said that. Yeah, and play spot gets called from stopped dragging. This should have an event in here. Yes, there it is, event. Got it. Interact event. This should have a drop event in here. I don't know. And this isn't even the target I would expect. But okay, yeah, let's fix this the other way. Botland leaves. Okay, so here, moved dragging blueprint and stop dragging blueprint. We'll have to say this dot bind. Yep, and eventually we will fix the performance on this stuff. So this will take in an event. No, it'll take in these arguments, 2 of which happen to be an X and a Y. So there's a blueprint ID, so blueprint ID X, Y. And now we need to pass in the blueprint ID, but then we need to get the offset of the in-game area. React DOM doesn't even do this anymore, does it? Yeah. Game area dot, I don't know, X. It's not even correct. I gotta figure out what this is. There we go. So what is it? Offset left and offset top. Yeah, there we go. So we just do X minus game area dot offset left and Y minus game area dot offset top. There we go. We need a giveaway to calm people down. There you go. All right, there. That should fix it. Let's take a look. So we drag over to here. Nice. We drag over to here. Nice. We drag back over to here and back over to here. We zoom in and try that same stuff. Good, good. Okay, not bad. Not bad. It's not the best, but it works. So then this can just be page X for all we care. This doesn't need to be client X anymore. And yeah, page X and page Y. Is that what used to be there? This dot should go away. Yes, it is. Alright, well, we figured it out. So now we just have to do the exact same thing for stopped dragging blueprint. It'd be really nice to not have to worry about these things. There, and then... What are points for? Yeah, what Endor and LinkedIn points help. I came here to lead, not to read. Alright, how are we doing now? So yes, we can drag these bots over here. What happens if we drag it over here? Nothing, although I'm kind of surprised that it's nothing. Because I would have expected it to... Huh, weird. Is something happening? Nope. Oh well. Let's get rid of wherever that console.log is. Somewhere in the client that I modified. This is a bad way to find it. And yet I still did it. Nice. Oh, I don't remember that from The Simpsons. Huh. I've been meaning to watch the older episodes again. Oh, man. Okay, so that should be fixed. Then clean up code. Yeah. Well, let's do this first. Also, I guess this looks like how it's supposed to, except for the theming of it. Because, yeah, now we're supposed to have blueprints there. Which is supposed to have a header on top of all this, too. It's going to further complicate things. This may help you in the future with Flex. Thanks, Nuki and John. Yeah, I will write this down. So getting this bar to work correctly shouldn't be too bad. We have a scrollable area. We have those categories at the bottom. I'm not really concerned about that right now. And now the arena takes up whatever remaining space there is, and there's no way to end up with white space on the side. Yes, you can have a really tiny arena, and this is going to look really bad on phones too, the way that it's set up right now. And yeah, I'm making Botland. You can click that YouTube video and find out a little bit more about it. You can also play the game if you want. It's not even close to done. Yeah, the part about how this is going to look on mobile is a little bit concerning. This bar didn't get much larger, but it should have a nice soft blue background. Ignore phones and just make a dedicated app later on. Yeah. I'm not really worried about that right now. But I don't even know what I'm thinking right now. I'm just not paying attention to what I'm doing. So padding left is defined but never used. So this entire function can just go away. Yeah. This needs to be done after React is told about the change. Otherwise, the ancestor of the pixie DOM element won't be the right size. Otherwise, the ancestor of the pixie DOM element won't be the right size. Yeah. I wonder if that's the case right now. Because we have a resize handler. Huh. So this entire thing can just be deleted. And now this can be renamed. Yeah. There. And yeah, then I just need to write this part down. So we can get rid of all of these things too. Now this stuff, this should ideally not be done at all. Window.inner width. Okay. Okay, there. And then here's all that cruft I need to get rid of. Oh, feels bad. Feels so bad. So we can delete all of these. Selected. Anything that this thing says is no longer needed, we can just get rid of that. Bot view and hardware loadout. Alright, so this class is much simpler to read through at the very least. What about these things? Selected bay ID. What do we use the selected bay for? Nothing? Yeah, nothing. How did I not get rid of that then? Huh. Oh, because it was used for the name. So that means a bay was used. Now it's going to find that other linting error. Yeah, there it is. And then underscore define but never used. Okay. So what I think would make this thing easier to understand is if I split all of these things up. Show edit button isn't even used in the blueprint selector. Where is it? False and, yeah, we can just get rid of that. This thing isn't needed at all. So show edit button can be gone. This can be gone. Are these even used? The height is passed into the blueprint selector, but I don't think this is used anywhere. Height. Okay, it apparently is. But I don't know if there's a point to that. Wait a second. No, something's wrong. This. Okay. You do CSS on login buttons, etc. Yeah. That's the goal. So, Adnan, I think it's best to read through that FAQ. Because, okay, so in general, the thing that I'm referring to right now, whoops, this, of how many people are working on Botland. Yeah, I should really make it clear actually in here. Let me write myself a note for later. Update FAQ to point out that I'm the only developer on the project. So in general, there are a lot of things I know about that I've got to start to work on. Polish is definitely one of them. There's a lot of bugs in the game. There are a lot of features that aren't done yet. But there's a list of things that I'm kind of just churning through right now. And I mean, I am getting things done every week, but I can't spread my focus everywhere. So yeah, those things will probably have to come in later. So now hardware inventory, hardware loadout. These things are probably still used somewhere. Bot view might never be used. No, it's not. It now does not exist in the code base any longer. In fact, that means that when you try to click a bot in the arena, you won't be able to see anything about it. Interesting. Yeah, bot view is now gone. Okay, well, the code's been cleaned up, so I think we can check this in. Let's see. Should not slide or reveal more content. That's technically done too. Have an edit button, double clicking, blueprint panel, X on it. If you don't own it, it'll show the blueprint. Wait, what? Is that even correct? When you go to edit your defense, if you click a bot that you already have, you should be able to know what it does. Yeah. So clicking a bot that you have can't unplace it. That's going to be a problem. But this is actually a feature that's not possible right now. There's no way for you to know what your own attacker bot has. I can make you material design login and send it at your email. I'm very good. Well, thank you, Adnan. But I think maybe I'll take you up on that later. But for right now, I will just write it down. I do appreciate the offer, though. But yeah, I will eventually get back to it. Yeah, so this is something, I don't know if I like this. I talked to Jason about this before. For placing bots and for removing bots right now, you just click to remove. Whoops, wait, those aren't my bots. Hang on. Okay, you just click to place and click to remove. And I think those are such common things that it makes sense to do that. But that's not what Jason wants, I'm pretty sure. I think he wants it so that for you to move a bot, you like tap and hold and then move it. Which right now, drag is for panning the arena around. Which I think is what you'd expect. Yeah, this is where I start to disagree with the UI mockup. Because he has it so that clicking a bot will tell you what that bot does. And unplacing it is not very straightforward. What's the proposal? Let me actually read about this because I wrote this down. Well, we had a conversation about this. Sorry, I'm searching through an old conversation that we had. Let me just search for the word drag. Does a bot need to be selected for it to be dragged? Okay, so slight pause on a bot before you pick it up to drag it. Yeah, I don't know about this. At the bottom of the left column, there should be an edit/info mode toggle. Yeah, we could do something like that. Ever played CSGO/Call of Duty 4? No, I haven't. I don't think I like this. Because it's not going to be obvious how you remove these bots. That you have to click and hold for a little bit and then drag them off of the arena. And I guess also the other thing is I have it coded this way for now, where you can already click and place them, but then there's no way to select. Maybe like long press is how you select them. I don't even have a long press in the game right now. I see what he meant, but no idea if that would be better without testing. The only sure thing is Jason's proposal is way harder/time consuming than the one you have. Wait, what do you mean? Way harder and more time consuming? Like, placing bots, yeah. I think placing bots in his proposal is that you would just do it this way. And that I find to be tedious because when you go to attack someone else and you've got into placing like 4 different bots and you place them here, here, and here, let's say. Oh, I can only place 2. I don't even have anything on them. All right. So the blue bots have long range weapons and I'm inside of their range, and the green bots have nothing. So they're just going to dance around for a while. Wouldn't dragging on a bot move the bot and dragging on the board move the board? Isn't that the most intuitive? Kind of. Like the way that when you have a bot down, oh man, refresh the page. Where's that timeout? So when you have a bot down, clicking and dragging it would be fine, but you need to know that you're not just panning the arena. So imagine if you're really zoomed in on a tablet and you're looking at, let's say this, for example. Now this section of the screen you can't use to pan the screen. And imagine if there were another 6 bots over here, for example. Now you've got to tap the space without a bot or try to zoom out, but that's kind of difficult maybe. And that's why I thought, I don't know. I'm not sure how this will work exactly. You could long press and drag them to a designated remove area, similar to how you remove apps. Yeah, and I think that's what's probably going to have to happen there. I just don't know if I like that. Okay, well, that's what we're going to have to do. So long press and drag to move a bot or remove a bot. So I guess an example of what I was talking about here is if you're in Blockly and you're really, really zoomed in, so you're looking at just a chunk of code and you're like, hey, I want to pan this around. You wouldn't be able to if you're clicking bots. Now I like screwed this up completely. You have to find some white space and drag from there. And like that's, or you need to zoom out so that you can see more white space. Or we make it so that dragging anywhere lets you pan the arena and you have to click and hold and then you can drag it. So I guess that's what we're going to go with. Would you remove the click feature or would it be one or the other? I don't know. I think having them both in the game is probably going to be helpful, especially for desktop users. But I think I'm going to try it the way that Jason mocked this up. Long press seems fine for tablets, but on PC, man. Yeah, that's how I feel. So I think when we do this, make sure we don't totally undo the code for just tapping to place/unplace. All right, let's check in what we have so far. How about that? Because we're just kind of milling about here. Please don't remove the basic click. Yeah, I'll have to talk to Jason about this stuff. Well, Hideo, so there are a bunch of different things. You need to be able to place bots, remove bots, look at info of bots. Possibly you should be able to, so like here are requirements, I would say. And then nice to have, well, I don't really need hyphens if I'm just saying it that way. Nice to have would be like relocate a bot. What else do you need to be able to do here? Oh yeah, and set a waypoint. So setting a waypoint on a bot is something that I haven't even done yet. There are waypoints in the game, and you actually can see them. It's just not obvious, and no one, for some reason, has asked any questions about them. But when you select a bot, like this, see this green tile? That is their waypoint. I just never clarified what that is. Anyway, there are enough different things here where doing this on a tablet is like you either need modes or long presses or something like that. And so right now, the way that this is working is this is impossible. This is single click. This is impossible for your own bots since single click removes them. And this is impossible. Well, actually, this is done by the keyboard. Done via keyboard. We just assumed it was a bug. Yeah, so if you're going to propose anything new, you need to come up with what each of these things are. And so what Jason has proposed, so this is the current system. The proposal is drag to place, drag to remove, long press plus drag. Look at info for your bots is a single click. And set waypoint for a bot is also some drag method I forgot about. Dragging, oh yeah, that's another requirement of the system, is pan/zoom the arena. And so that is done in the current system via drag/scroll. And in the proposed system, it would be drag blank, like short press plus drag or pinch. So dragging equals move, clicking equals select, right click, delete, and right click drag is move. Yeah, using different mouse buttons though I think is not intuitive for new users. I'd like to just have it be the mouse and try to have it something as intuitive as possible. Because you have a deploy button when this was selected and tapping on the arena tiles places, then to remove you could toggle or remove mode, have the same tapping action. Yeah, I think something like that might be the best. I'm not sure. I agree, but for me the most basic and most used feature should have the most basic and easy control. Moving and placing. Okay, so placing bots is done by every attacker. And ideally, every attacker is also looking at all of the opponent's bot's layout or blueprint. And both of those things can be accomplished by tapping. Like if you click this and you say, oh, okay, that's what they have. And then you can tap a bunch of places. But you'll also probably want to see like, wait, which bot did I put down there? What does that correspond to? Can you select one of your own bots and not actually remove it? Yeah, anyway, I'll need to talk to Jason about this stuff. And I'll need to... Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's check this in. So how much did we change here? Well, a lot was removed from here. We actually mostly removed code from this commit. Yep. So this alone, this doesn't need to be changed. It's going to be called row, I'm pretty sure. And this alone is its own commit. So fix warning about, fix react warning about missing key. There, that's it. That's a pretty simple fix. Cool. Now we can make another commit. How large is your to-do file? It's pretty large. Last time I checked, I think it was, I don't know, a total of like 4,000 lines or something. How's the UI stuff coming? I'm really slogging through it. It feels like a grind right now. It's not going poorly. And I should really comment this while I'm doing this. So, intercept some of the event handlers so that we can offset the coordinates by where the div is located. So in-game when we do this, I'll say cease stop dragging blueprint for some explanation about why this is needed. Good. Stop dragging blueprint. So this is needed because the drag starts from an element that is not aware of where the in-game content shows up. So we need to offset the event's coordinates by, well, in this function. Okay, not bad. So I got rid of those sliding panels. Yep. Laid that stuff out correctly. This we can get rid of. Okay, so let's write the whole commit. Lay out in-game UI differently. Got rid of the sliding panels on the blueprint selector. This makes it impossible to do certain things in the game now, like edit a blueprint or view details about a deployed bot. That will happen later. What else did we do? That's fine. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter. Got rid of those sliding panels. Did I already write that? Yeah. So that's pretty much it. I'm just laying out the UI a little bit differently. Honestly, this commit looks fine. Yeah. Much of this work had to do with, hey Zeddy, with removing the assumption that the game area is always located at 0, 0. All right, so commit that. I just don't know how I feel about these controls. So drag to deploy, double click for info. And we already have drag to deploy working. As for undeploying them, if you can't drag this, so I guess that's the next thing we'd have to do. Long press plus drag will remove a bot from the arena. Change this so that you can also relocate a bot. Okay, I think I'm gonna go get lunch. I'm sorry that I'm lower energy than normal today. So I'll get lunch, I'll come back, and I'll be working on this stuff for another, hopefully 3 hours. I think that getting the majority of this done is possible, but I think changing the controls is going to make it a little bit harder to do that. Will there be something like a ranking list where I may find my friends to attack them directly? It would be nice to have the ability to pick an opponent instead of always finding a random one. Would be like the PvP in what? Shakes and Fidget. Is that? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so eventually, probably. And if you do that, it will probably not be ranked. So if you pick a friend to play against, there's no like win trading or something. It's just a friendly match. And a ranking list, yeah, I'd say eventually, yeah, these features will probably exist. So to give you a time frame on that eventually, social features are not really planned until after release. So you could expect that to take probably at least a year before they're in the game. And a ranking list or something, or, oh yeah, I'd say mostly a year for those things. Okay, so let me go get lunch. Like I said, I'll be back after. Today has been quite the day so far. All right. So thank you guys for watching so far. I'll see you after lunch. communicate through chat. What happened? What did happen here? Okay. Hey everyone. And Perry, never in the 14 months that I've streamed has that timer ever gone down to 0. So you'll never find out. Ever. Ha ha ha. I had a good lunch. Yeah. I think I needed food. I mean, I think I also needed a little bit of a break. And I got both. So that's great. Now, let's go to Hammer.js and figure out if they have a like app and hold press. Is that what I want? What is... Ah, I see. So I want press and then drag. I don't know how you rotate and then... Whoa, that's how. What? What? Does that work in Botlet? No. You probably enable that. Wait, Kazoos, did you really not know that? People have been wondering since like the first day what happens when the time hits 0. And one time, accidentally, I showed the code for what happens when the time hits 0. But I've never actually shown the time hitting 0. And nobody realized that I showed the code either, so... Good luck hunting through 1,800 hours of video where I show code every single day. Okay, so yeah, we have press, and I want to do press and drag. So let's just search for Hammer.js, press and drag. Someone asked. Time to cash in for extra sick days. I'll say this, it's not anything special. It's just a minor little Easter egg pretty much, and that's it. Okay. Vertical swipe and drag. This is not helpful. So I guess the way that this would work is press could delete the bot or something like that. But then I want it to also be the start of a drag event. I wonder how I would do that. Why are you not telling anyone if it's just a tiny little Easter egg? Because you guys are obsessing about it. And it's fun to hold that over you. Okay, well, let's try this out. So we want press. And we need to know where you pressed. So I guess let's do this. And we should, probably do things this way. Okay. You're never going to tell us, are you? Look, if there's probably going to be some day, I can't say when, but there's probably going to be a day when I do not make it back in time. And that is the day that the select few people who are here will see what happens. They'll be rewarded. Rewarded. Beyond your wildest imagination. Alright, so we have center.x. Okay, yeah, that works. So there's the first part of this. Now we could have a press act as a tap for right now, so that's how you remove or place bots. So if we click and hold, or if we just tap. Yeah. Excuse me. So what we want to have happen here is that, oh, press does do a drag after that. That's interesting. So if we wanted to, we could have press handler put us into move mode. So props.camera handlers. This gets passed in through some weird system here. Yeah, this. Ugh, I don't want to do this. All right, so there should be a press handler. So how many bits? 0. Can't buy this one. Spits out 100 points per person. Who knows? Who knows? So main instance of panhandler. Panhandler. All right, so now we need this function inside of camera. This is going to have center x, center y event. This is actually going to go next to tap handler since that's what it's closest to. We convert it to world coordinates, and then we say something like pressed in camera. Thanks, Digite. How many bits have been cheered today? Let's find out. $1,500. Wow. You guys are very nice. Also 2 subscribers. Although I think they were both resubs. There are only 2 people in chat who pay attention to those messages. Press handler. Cool. Oh, thank you too, antimatter tape. Okay, that's good. And then this one. Great. So all we need to do is go make a press handler. I mean, this is really easier said than done. But we have arena X, arena Y. I don't care if shift or control are held. Where do all the botland bot messages come from? I wrote them all. I spent like hours doing this, by the way. There are a bunch of them that are special messages. In fact, some of them I don't even think have ever been seen. And my favorite one has been produced one time on stream. I should just change the probabilities. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to change it. Okay, so press handler. If you already have, if there's a bot underneath the cursor, then we'll enter drag mode. I don't think this is going to work. In fact, I'm like nearly positive it's not going to work. Because we need to figure out if there's a bot underneath here. We can do that well enough. So see which bot you clicked. These are just bots though. And we presumably want to, so we just pass in entities. Oh, nice antimatter tape. Thanks for your money. You know, I still don't get the ability to watch ads for bits. What's the closest the timer has gotten to 0 so far? Oh, I don't know about that. I'm guessing on the bathroom screen is the closest time because that's when it's set to 3 minutes. So probably like 40 something seconds. I don't know. Okay. So get entity at pixel coordinates. Arena X, arena Y, possible entities. So we're going to change this to be const bot clicked equals this dot get entity at, what is it, arena X, arena Y, and we just want it from bot entities. So this code goes up to here. Cool. That is this now. There. And entity ID should, I guess, be a let. We don't need entity ID here any longer, do we? Oh, we do. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Well, maybe there's a way to get around this. Are the BRB bathroom and BRB lunch share the same end thing? Yeah. Every BRB screen you see. I'm out of bits now. Well, it was a pleasure to have gotten all of the bits. So I believe there's a get entity ID from entity. Yeah. This is all we really need here. We can just say this. Wait a second, what? Otherwise, yeah. There. Now that's no longer necessary. And that's good. Okay, cool. So then we get these things. Sprite. Yeah, okay, I guess that's necessary. So bot clicked. Actually, what am I doing? We don't need to keep track of this. Let's just do it this way. There. Perfect. Okay, so let's get the entity that you clicked here. This can be done away with. And that means we can get rid of, well, we don't need that. All right, so if you selected a bot, we need to go into drag mode there. So how about this? Let's start with this for right now. Just hello world. You're deleting the production database. Yeah, they're all the same. So if you press here, that should not have happened. Oh, whoops. I wrote not utilize this. Okay, so now it shouldn't happen. Yes. Perfect. Okay, so that's working. Now we just need to figure out how to, maybe we mark the event as handled. See, this is where I don't know. I think this, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. We're gonna have to figure this out though. So what if we published out the event itself? And then we got that in the arena. The arena shouldn't know anything about this though. So what if we just said like console.log if util.exists bot clicked console.log you clicked the bot and then debugger. Okay. So when we press on a bot now, it's going to select, well, it's not going to select them, I guess, but it should eventually. So we place a bot and then we click it and it should break in. Perfect. We should have a stop propagation or something on here. Prevent default. Is it what? How do we do this? I guess it's too late for that. Yeah, there's stop propagation. But it's probably already been triggered. I don't know what to do. ev.sourceEvent.stop propagation. Let's just do this. If global.stop equals true, then stop propagation. Okay, so we refresh the page, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a bot down, and we're going to press. Well, we don't know if anything worked. It says you click the bot. Okay, good. So we're going to zoom in and do that same thing. So we press on there, and now we can drag, but the drag is doing an arena pan. We want to change that. So let's say stop equals true, and let's see if that still works. Yeah, no, it still doesn't work. Oh boy, I don't know what to do. I guess we could put the camera into a particular mode so that we don't have a problem there. That sounds pretty hacky though. Because what's happening here? It's pan that's getting hit. Yeah, and telling the camera not to pan for this, probably not a great idea. Change pan. So there's handle, there's pan start handler, and then pan handler. And just event.stop propagation. Hey, Bearsoft. It normally is, but this is an event created by Hammer.js. So event.stop propagation doesn't exist there. Yeah, there's just nothing in there. So it's event.source event.stop propagation. I wonder what else we have here. So a press event is easy to trigger and find out if I'm selecting a bot. However, after doing so, dragging the mouse around will cause the arena to pan. So solution number one could be set some state in the camera itself so that panning is instead translated to moving the bot that we've dragged. Then when a new pan starts, unset that state. Solution number two, what else could we do here? I'm not actually sure what else we can do. We have to get to the point where pressing on this puts us into a certain state where we know that we're dragging. We need to know which bot we're dragging. And then when we let go, we're going to end up moving that. Update log command. Hey, there's ours. Oh, the patch history. All right, that's a point to Hideo. Yeah, this is the only thing I can think of for fixing this. And I don't really like this solution. It'd be nice if this was all just one event, but I guess it can't be. Because you have to press on something, and there you need to know whether you've pressed on the right thing. Let's see, just before I go do this, let's go make sure that this doesn't really exist and I'm just being silly. So press. Pointer's down for X milliseconds without any movement. So there's press and press up. And then after that, it turns into a pan. Double tap. Nested pan / swipe. Nested recognizers are possible with some threshold and with use of require failure. How does this work? I'm guessing this is supposed to be a example page, but I don't know what this does. They have an example here, right? What code are they using? Yeah, this should be a carousel. Doesn't look like a carousel. Doesn't look like this is working at all. Let's just load it through HTTP. No, that's not gonna work. Alright, well, whatever. Hey, Live Overflow. Did you go voting after your haircut? I didn't get a haircut yet. And I'm also not talking about voting or politics today. Nice demo. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there. Apparently, this is possible. It says using require failure. I wonder what that is. Oh, here we go. According to the attack logs, people lost attacks still for beating my defense. Yeah, and that is something that I don't know. I've got to write some very simple explanation of why this happens. Thanks, Bearsaw. Why pretend there isn't an election today? I'm not pretending there isn't an election. It's just not something I want chat to start talking about. It's like I also don't want you guys to start talking about, I don't know, distilleries or something, but there's no particular, like, I'm not trying to censor things. I guess actually technically that is censorship. So I am trying to censor things, but it's just not, this is not the place to talk about that stuff. Okay, let's try this out. So set some state in the camera so that panning is instead translated to moving the bot that we've dragged. Yeah, like I said, I don't really like this solution, but there's the press handler. So here's what we can do. In this case, where you click the bot, we can say, we have a camera here, right? No, we don't. I don't. This gets passed in, so we would need to pass the camera to here. And then in camera, where we have press handler, instead of passing an event, we pass in this. And we'd say camera dot pressed bot or something like that. Disable normal pan handler. Pressed bot is probably fine for right now. So then in here, what we can say is this dot, where's pan start? We can just get rid of these last hammer pan values. I'm only here for the lights. Hey, Bo Kerrigan. Okay, so if these don't exist, and the only place that we try using them is there, so let's test this out. We have util. If not util.exists, return. Oh, actually, I take this back. If this doesn't exist, then we need to know that we're in a certain state here. All right, let's just do this. So console.log, you must be dragging a bot. In which case we do want to know the start of this. Okay, yeah, so this is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. So let's go do this the right way. This dot is dragging bot equals true. So that comes from here. Pan start sets this to false. The constructor sets this to false. This actually should go here to last hammer pan values. Cool. The lights sometimes look to me like a window always closed. Sunlight tries to get in. Yeah. Oh yeah, the message on flashbang is Someone just change the lights. The message on flashbang I think is private. Yeah, it is. Flashbang yellow. It's just having fun here. Adam Cave Troll confirmed. Okay, so then in Panhandler, if this is true, then just say you must be dragging a bot. Sure. Okay, let's try that out. I think this should work. Like I said, I'm not super happy with this solution, but let's try it. So we have a bot here. If we drag, it drags the arena. If we drag from the bot, it still drags the arena. I'm guessing this is getting hit right before pan start handler. Setting is dragging bot to false. Pan start handler is setting this to false. And then over here, we'd say pressed bot. So you click the bot is probably getting called after the pan start handler. That doesn't make any sense. I do that every morning. Yeah. And as per who, it's something that's only for subscribers. But if you want, you can always type buy lights and you can just control the lights yourself. In fact, that's an even better way than flashbang. I don't know why people even use flashbang. It's something I coded for no reason, really. All right, let's try this. So you click the bot and then finally pan start handler. Aha. Okay, this complicates the situation. Let's go take a look at require failure. You can let a recognizer require the failure of another recognizer before recognizing. This could become useful when you want to nest two gestures like pan horizontal and pan vertical. Removing the dependency can be done with drop require failure. Interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. And there's recognize with. Oh wow, this is way better than I thought. Simultaneous. If you want to recognize two gestures simultaneously, you can use a recognize with method. This example below does this with pinch and rotate, which will improve usability. Okay. So this is... Can I do this the way I want to do this? It sounds like what I would need to do is... So a pan is going to be... Pan can only happen... It needs to fail... I see what has to happen here. It needs to fail a press in order for pan to work. So we set up these things. Great. Then we say... We need to get pinch new hammer.pan. Yeah, this. So I think we do this dot require failure on press. That's not gonna work. Yeah, this is not gonna work. I'm pretty sure I just disabled panning altogether. Well, no, I didn't disable panning apparently. That didn't work the way I wanted it to though. I think the JavaScript is easier to create the game than in Java, but I very much like Java. Bearsoft, give it some time. I think either one works, and if you still like Java in the end, then just use Java. What? It really is levitating? That was just a joke. Okay, well, maybe that'll be a thing. Real people will start levitating. So there's press and there's press up. Maybe we could just do things that way. Yeah, press up. Press up handler. I don't even think we care where. Oh, you probably do. All right, let's just do things that way then. So then where's the press handler? Don't care, don't care, don't care. No, I actually do care about this. Center X, center Y event. Put a bookmark there. Keep going over to here. Cool. And setup React is the other one. Okay, so in here we say this dot is dragging bot equals false. And then we get rid of the other timer we set that, which is here. Okay, let's try that out. Asyntonic. What was I reading? Whatever emoji thing was pasted in by Bo Kerrigan. I guess he was way ahead of the game. Yeah, I looked at the description of that YouTube video. Okay, so we can drag this around. Then when we click a bot and we try dragging, it doesn't work. Nice. I finally did it. So now we need to get it to work for that. Oh, and now panning stopped working altogether. All right, what's going on here? Press up just doesn't do anything, or it's not calling the right thing in the end. It could be either one of these. No, it's getting hit. Does it not have a center? Yeah, it does. Okay. What does this do then? The wrong thing apparently. Press up handler. Okay. Press up handler dot apply. Is dragging bot equals false. That's correct. That's correct, but it's not working. So where's... I guess it's really you are dragging a bot. Yeah, something's wrong. So we click, we try dragging, doesn't work. Then we let go and we try dragging and it still doesn't work. So I guess when the pan ends, so we have pan start. Do we have pan end? Of course not. Of course it's gonna make me add every single thing. Pan end and pan cancel. I don't know what the difference is, but let's take them both. Pan end and pan cancel. Let's just add a million of these things. Pan end, pan cancel. All right. So now we just need to add these all over the place. So setup React, we have pan end, pan cancel. There. Pan end, pan cancel. And we want them both to have these. Cool. And then in camera, sure, there's press up, but there's also pan end handler and pan cancel handler. There we go. All right, not bad. And hey, Demon Wolf. And hey, everyone from Demon Wolf's chat. How's it going? Do I not have those notifications on? I'm going to go turn those on. Alert box. It was disabled. Show auto host. That's what we want. Disable that. Save settings. There. Now we can replay that host. No, we can't do that. Okay, never mind. All right, did I totally break everything? I did. Can I read property bind of undefined? So setup React does not know about a pan cancel handler. Oh, whoops, you should have had handler in the name. try that. Cool, cool. So we can drag this around. That works totally fine. We can put a bot down. We can drag from the bot, but if we press and drag, then we can't. But as soon as we let go, we should be able to do it again. Perfect. Okay. Oh, no, Demon Wolf, I'm not saying this was a thing on your end. I'm saying I didn't have notifications enabled for hosting at all, and now you can finally disable host alerts for auto host. I disabled host notifications a long time ago because auto hosting was like totally glitchy, and you'd get a notification multiple times even when nothing changed and it was too spammy, so I just turned it off. So we just need to know what it is we're dragging here and then alert the arena that we've dragged that bot. So that means that we need to keep track of even more state. So we need to stop rendering that bot for some time. I guess we could just point at this entity. There's already placing factory tile. Press and drag bot. So we could say this here. Too many hosts under admin. Because I'm part of a hosting network, so it spams it. A hosting network? Is that what I think it is? Interesting. Okay, so once we have this, now all we need is every time you pan, so we have a return console.log here. Instead, this is going to have to do this. I still think this is a weird interaction that we have here. So long press dragged in camera. And we don't have the world X and world Y. How am I going to do this? We need to get the values that we should be looking at. But it's where the mouse is. I guess we can get the event's starting coordinates, but then we won't have the right information there. No, panhandler needs to be updated. Darn it, maybe it already was updated. No, because it uses delta values. Darn it. Oh boy. It is a neat idea. Huh. Alright, I can kind of see how we're going to have to fix this. I think this is going to be tedious. Alright, let's get the world X and world Y. So panhandler is going to need, excuse me, we're going to need to wrap this. So event center X, center Y event. And then same stuff that we do here. Then in camera, we take in center X, center Y. Okay, let's try all of that. And then this. And finally, pressed. Long press drag handler. Okay, so let's try this. Long press drag handler, arena X, arena Y. We'll just say console.log, you are drag. Actually, let's get the tile, right? Might as well. Where does this show up? Never mind. Let's not even do that. You are dragging to arena X, arena Y. Oh, wow. Interesting, people. Okay, so let's take a look. See if I actually got this to work. So we put a bot down and we start dragging. And now you can see in the console it's telling me where I'm dragging to. So the upper leftmost part of this pane should be 0, 0. Oh no, it's the arena, never mind. So that is the point 0, 0. Perfect. Wow, that's actually working. Okay, so there's some difficult stuff that we've got to do to get the rest of this working though. Which is when you let go, it should move the bot from where you put it to where you want to put it. That is currently not a thing that we can allow right now. I don't have the function for that. But the other thing I don't have is when you long press drag, you should start to see it on your cursor up here. Yeah, so there's a lot that's got to happen there. So while dragging, show a preview of the bot that you're dragging on your cursor. That's going to be very frustrating. We could do this in WebGL actually. And then after we're done dragging, relocate the bot. Hey Ralph, interesting stuff today. Oh man, I think today's been a bad day. Could be even easier in WebGL. Yeah, I think, well, okay, so there are a couple of things. One is as you start to drag this, it should be put onto your cursor. So we actually need to hide the original entity's sprite. That's going to be kind of annoying. Also, there's something else I need to look into. If I go to play.bot.land, also, wow, you guys have played a lot of games today. 836. Who's doing this? Let's find out who's doing this. We need to SSH into the overseer. Okay, so it's Hideo who's doing this. only 448 matches. I wonder what's going to be kind of the standard once the game is out. Because there are a bunch of people who've played in the last 24 hours. But you can see there's actually a decent number of people who are at 5 and above. Actually, wait a second. Of the 75 people who I have here, very few of them played 3 matches, right? That's probably like 25. So a third of them played 3 matches or less. Cloaked bots overpowered. I think cloaked bots are probably going to be very powerful as an attacker because cloaking is something you can react to, but if you don't know that it's there, it's very hard to do anything about. Them being able to attack and remain cloak is expected. That was intentional. But yeah, I will need to keep an eye on balance here because it's possible that it's too powerful. Okay, so show a preview of the bot that you're dragging your cursor. So stop rendering or maybe render the bot in the arena slightly transparent. Give it an is dragging component. That could be interesting. Will there be a pro gaming in this game? What do you guys think? I think there are games that are set up for that and games that are just not conducive for pro gaming. And I don't think Botland is conducive for pro gaming. But who knows? Okay. So we need a new component. Actually, let me think about this first. Is dragging is just going to be used as a sign to tell this thing that it should be transparent. Remove the is dragging component when dragging is complete. By the way, what do you guys think of that? Because for me to code this is going to take me like 5 minutes, and I don't want to code this. This is going to be a waste of time. When you're relocating a bot, what I'm considering doing is turning that bot like either completely. No, never mind. I'm going to do this anyway because never mind. I answered my question in a way that it doesn't matter what your answer to that question is, because I can do it either way now. So yeah, let's go do this. Component names. We're going to add in a new component called isDragging. Cool. So there's an isBot component. We put isDrag. Actually, you know what? No. Let's do this. IsDragging component.js. There should be no serialized, no deserialized. It has a return null, but I don't think that's necessary. What does base component do? Oh, I see. It asserts. Okay. Return null sounds good then. So we just do nothing here and nothing here and turn this into isDragging. And then rename this to isDragging component. Cool. And then we save it. Perfect. Now in the arena, we have to go get that component. So when you drag, so the first thing is you press on that bot. So we say pressed bot. We're going to add bot click.add component new isDragging component. Then when you render that entity, we have to change its alpha. If util.exist, this is silly. What? Why is this here? No, this is wrong. This should be if entity.has component. There. So now this one can be if we have isDragging, then alpha equals 0.25. So all this is going to do, assuming I actually coded this correctly, all this is going to do is when I start dragging a bot, it's going to make it look sort of transparent. So I click and drag, and yeah, it looks like it's not there anymore, but it is there now. So that's done. Now remove the component when dragging is complete. Yeah, and what happens if you drag out of the browser or something like that? No, never mind. I can't do that yet. So when dragging is complete, that'll be press up handler. IsDragging bot equals false. Actually, all of these. So we got to keep track of that. So we need to alert them. Yeah, fine. So this will be something like press up in camera. So this will be press up handler. And that'll just say, well, first we need to do if util.exist, this dot press and drag entity, and we should probably put this here. Then this equals null. But before we do that, we say get component is dragging component from that entity, put an underscore there. And if that exists, then remove it. Done. Done. Okay, and actually let's rewrite this function so that we don't have to tab this in as much. Okay, yeah, let's try that out. So now the only thing I did, it still won't look totally right. When you click in, whoops, that's not good. Drat. There. Although that's not gonna work either, is it? Not yet, at least. Okay, so when you click and drag, it'll make it transparent, and I'm dragging the bot. You can't see it because I didn't code that. And then when I let go, yeah, it comes back. Nice. Now, if I were to press U, or no, V here, yeah, weird stuff's gonna happen. Get rid of the bot that you're dragging when you start testing your defense. Hey, Rstat. Okay, so what this really should be, there should be something here that says something like stop dragging bot. That would be all of this code. So press up handler is just going to call into that. But it might eventually do more than that. In fact, it definitely will do more than that. Because we need to relocate the bot as well. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the second easiest thing next. And then I'm going to do the hardest part. Or should I just do the hardest part now? Yeah, let's show the picture. Let's show the picture on the cursor there. So yeah, when I drag, you should know where you're dragging it to or what you're dragging. So we can clone that entire container and just render it at the mouse. Or could we do this in an even smarter way? All right, let's try something. This is going to be difficult. This needs to take in the camera. No, it can't. All right, I know how this can work. This is not good. Do we have any mouse coordinates here? No, we don't. Well, let's save this off then. This dot last mouse x equals null. This dot last mouse y equals null. So let's save these in press drag handler equals arena x and y. And then if this exists, when we go to render, we will also render, I don't know what layer we want to do this at. Probably the same place that bots are. Probably the same place where any of this stuff is. We'll just say render selection. This dot render drag selection camera. So if this dot, is this what this is called? Yeah. So then return, there's nothing to render. And then if there is something to render, then all we have to do is we have to take its sprite, we have to render, we have to do this, get its sprite, and then somewhere we're going to actually render that thing. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, yeah, let's try that out. Yeah. We need to set its x coordinate. sprite dot position dot x. Then we say sprite dot position dot x equals this dot last mouse x and y. And then we set these back to what they used to be. Okay, that's kind of verbose, but let's try this out. So now you should be able to drag bots around the arena, but they won't actually be functional yet. That kind of worked. Actually doesn't look too bad, right? Now this should really know where you started dragging it from. There's actually a bunch of things I can do to make this better. One is here. We say last mouse x equals arena x. Last mouse y equals arena y. So that'll look a little bit better. So now I click and drag from here. Yeah, but it's dragging based on the upper left. I don't know how I feel about that part yet. But now we need to relocate to work. So let's just do this. When you let go, we'll just have it place another bot there for now. So press up handler. If util.exists, this dot press entity, then for now just place the bot where your mouse is. So there's place bot dot 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 args. Oh boy, that doesn't help. Place bot. Player blueprint ID. Why do I need the player? Where does this even get called from? Simulation server. Yeah, we don't have that luxury. But we could say get active player. Okay, let's figure this whole thing out. We need to get the active player. There's no get active player. There should be a get my player though, right? My player equals, yes. Done. Okay, so there's one argument. Now we need argument number 2, blueprint ID. So the blueprint ID we can get from the blueprint component of the bot. So blueprint of press and drag entity. And we're going to say blueprint component.blueprint ID. And then finally, these x and y need to be converted into tile coordinates. So arena x, we just need to look for this. Where do we turn this into a tile? I don't know why I never wrote a function for that. Yeah, that's stupid. Okay, so get tile at pixel coordinates. So where's the clamp stuff happening? Here? Allow or clamp equals false. So if clamp, then do this. No, wait, we don't need to do this. We can clamp it at the end. We can just check to see if this is in bounds. Also, this is tile x, tile y, which I suppose we could do. No, let's just get rid of clamping, because nobody wants that anyway. You ain't gonna need it. So if clamping is gone, then we get rid of this and this, and we save this off for here. Tile x, tile y. So if tile x is less than 0, or tile x is greater than or equal to this dot width minus 1, or tile y is less than 0, or tile y is greater than or equal to this dot height minus 1, then just return null. Otherwise, return shared arena get tile x, tile y. Cool. So now that we have this, we go back to press up handler, and we say const tile under mouse equals this dot get and then using that finally, we put the pieces together, and there we have it. So that should be everything to duplicate a bot. We're not actually duplicating a bot, but this is the easiest way to test things. So let's try it, see if it works. So we click and drag. Hey, it worked. Yeah, so what's weird is that we can click and drag. Wait, what? How does this work? I don't know. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so the only problem is that it shouldn't be a duplicate. It should be a relocate. Also, what do you guys think? Imagine if it was a relocate. Does this kind of make sense that like this is being dragged over to where your mouse is? Oh, we got to make the alpha correct though. Oh, hang on, let me go fix that. Old x equals, yeah, this. Old alpha equals sprite.alpha. Sprite dot. Does make sense. Okay, cool. Thanks, Motorfama. All right, let's try that out. So now when you drag it, only the one that's there will be, yeah, that's better. I think this makes a lot of sense, right? You're clearly dragging it over to, let's say, here. It's just duplicating it right now. We have to make it not duplicate, which should be easy. Right, guys? Right. I can just change its tile coordinates. This shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's try it. So instead of this, we'll say, how would I do this? I guess we get the physics component of it, this dot press and drag. And then we just say physics component dot tile x equals tile under mouse dot x, and tile y equals the same thing. And that's it. That or fading the one that follows the mouse and remove the old one. I think I like the shadow of the old one. All right, so let's try this. I think this should work. We click and drag. This goes over to here. Perfect. Okay, that didn't work. Why not, though? I'm changing this. You have to wait 24 hours. I could just get rid of that. Let's see. Yeah, Hideo's played 500 matches today. Alright, here, we'll do this. So select star from matches where attacker ID equals 162. So here are all of the matches that Hideo played. That's one against me, because I'm number 2. Wait, did you only play 1 against me the whole time? No, 2, 3. You played like 3 matches against me, maybe 5 or 10, who knows. But let's just wipe this out. So how do you do this? Delete from matches where attacker ID equals 11. Wait a second, 162. What does 162 do in there? That's not right. Hideo 2. Oh. You're a cheater, Harry. Alright, there. You can play. You can play again. But you're still a cheater. Okay, so play spot. Oh, no, this is a very bad thing that I just did. Yeah. Even if I had gotten this to work, oh, thankfully it didn't work. So we need to move the bot in such a way that all correct data structures get updated. Now we have a move bot function for this very purpose. So we just have to do this. This dot bot move, this dot press and drag bot entity. Old tile X. All right, old tile X is physics component dot tile X and tile Y. The new tile X is gonna be this. The new tile Y is gonna be this. Is teleporting should just be considered true, I guess. Yeah. Let's try that. Let's really hope that that works. Actually, what am I talking about? This isn't going to work. This is going to route a movebot command and update landmines and all this other stuff. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is... Well, whatever. It looks like it's working. Maybe that's good enough. Hey, Hudson. Is there a button on your mouse that presses enter? Yes, there is. Yeah, as far as editing commands go, so I have backspace, delete, enter, up, down, right, left, page up, page down, space, the letter K, of course, because sometimes you want to type keys or killing without actually using the keyboard. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff on my mouse. Alright, I'm pretty sure this shouldn't work. Let's take a look at some things. So if we say debug main dot simulation server dot arena, whoops, dot, what's the thing I'm looking for here? Client server router. So is routing should be false. It's true. Why is it true? No, that makes sense. Is capturing should be false. Is capturing doesn't even exist there. What is this thing called? Capturing journal. What a terrible name. False. Yeah, perfect. Hey, Ricardo. You can probably use AutoHotkey to type with only the mouse. Yeah, you definitely can. In fact, you don't even need AutoHotkey for this. It's got enough buttons on it where you can just map it to every keyboard key. And you just have your full keyboard on your mouse. Because it has 12 buttons on the side, and then a shift button, that makes it 24 on the side, and then 3 modes, that makes it 72. And there are a bunch of other buttons as well that you could use. I think 72 is enough to type everything, right? You have shift, control, alt, space, arrows. Yeah, it's probably enough. Okay, well, this looks fine. I guess this is just working, and I coded this feature. Thank goodness. What's nice is this actually runs the teleport animation. So you can see it very quickly moves, but it doesn't instantaneously move. So if there was ever a teleport animation that looked like I don't know, a spark or something like that, then you would see that happen here. That's a nice little side effect of using that function. So I can drag bots over to here and then drag that to where I need it to be. Hey, good idea, Co. You should offset the sprite, in my opinion. Yeah, I think I agree with that. That way it's where you dragged it from. But I'm probably not going to do that now. I just want to get this thing functional. And hey, Ramy. So if you quickly drag a bot, it's going to pan the arena. So yeah, I think this is good. Could also check how many losses it took to get me from -1 or number 1 to 0. Yeah, where is this? So select name attack num losses. How do you rebuild this hash again? Help. Where is it? Rehash. So select name attack num losses. What? Attack num wins, attack num losses. Okay, what's going on? Why does it not tab complete this? Whatever. Def num. Oh, I typed ATM. Def num wins, def num losses from users. Order by. Okay, so Hideo, you have 502 wins and 1 loss. Or 505. I read the number wrong. So this is attack wins, this is attack losses, this is defense wins, and this is defense losses. So in defense losses, we'd expect to see a lot of different losses in here. Yeah, we do. 16, 14, 11, 13. You know what's nice, though, is they're not stacked on one user, which means the matchmaker's doing a pretty good job, I think. You don't remember who you lost to? Well, I would have been able to tell you. That's overpowered. Yeah. Okay, so here's the problem is that I want this to be possible. I think it's a strategy game. And actually, maybe this is the core problem that I have here. So problem in botland, if attackers have a much higher win ratio than defenders, then attackers will have higher skill ratings, which means they'll drop very easily if they ever lose. My goal in designing botland was to make it such that an attacker could beat any defender if they put enough effort / strategy into a game. Now, granted, Hideo winning, 99.99% of the time, that is something I'm probably never going to allow. Like, it should be harder than that. But getting something like a 70% win ratio or an 80% win ratio, which is still really good, I think that should be possible, but that should be like the upper echelon of players. With cloaked immobile bots, you can win a lot. You just have to wait until they move to the other side of the map. Yeah, and so I think this will be really interesting. This is like, imagine if you had no morals and you found a glitch in your bank and you were rich. You didn't care about exploiting that, and you were the first person. It'd be really exciting at first. Then they'd catch on to you and they'd patch whatever exploit you did. Well, in botland, I think it's going to be something similar, which is that you'll find an attack strategy that works against many different defenders. But then eventually those defenders will watch their replays and they'll be like, oh, that's how they beat me. So like if I log into play.bot.land, I probably have, Hideo beat me a bunch of times, right? So if I look at any of these, I'll see exactly how he won. And in this case, so that strategy he tried against everybody else doesn't work against me because my bots don't move. But another strategy works against me now. So I have other things I've got to fix here. Oh yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how these things evolve. When botland is finished, I'll just be sitting here monitoring wins and losses. That's probably true. You forgot about the putting you in jail part? Well, yeah, sure. So Hideo 2, attack skill is 1745. Mine is 1554. When I attack someone, oh hey, it's Hideo. Look at that. Cosmic justice. So melee and cloaking. Well, I know how to beat this. There and there. Oh, wait, no, that's not how you beat this. Oh, God. Okay, I've made a terrible mistake. I probably shouldn't have wasted that many bots. Oh, man. What am I going to do now? All right, let's do this. Let's put bots in the corners and see what happens here. Oh yeah, I'm a goner. Okay, Hideo. Oh no, I beat you. Ah. One bot made it through. Two bots did. Yes, 6 points. 6 glorious points. One thing I couldn't come up in code, I'll make a screenshot to explain that. Okay. Oh man. Alright. Oh, the game works. Yeah, so this problem I'm gonna have to address somewhere. Matchmaking / rating problem. Alright, so show a preview, relocate the bot, get rid of the bot that you're dragging when you start testing your defense. So this is the last part of this. Which, if we do this, should it be match results? What does it say right now? I'm like, chances are yes. I'm not really paying attention to the polish stuff here. Do I even have bots that can attack? I probably don't. Oh, I do. Okay, that's nice. Unfortunately, this doesn't really help me win this, does it? Oh yeah, they're using antimatter tape script. I remember. Match results, : Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, fine. I can put a colon here. There. Alright. So, the only thing left to do is this. When you start attacking anything, this whole stop dragging bot. This needs to be done when you commence the game. And when you attack, which comes from here. Commence game, that's done here, yeah. Do I ever wipe out all entities? Okay, so wipe out all entities. There, that should fix things. Let's try that out. Yeah, let's try that out. So I don't even know if there's a bug here before, but let's see. When I drag a bot, hello, there we go. When I drag a bot and I test my defense while I'm dragging it, it stops me from dragging, and then letting go doesn't do anything for me here. Now the other thing that I need to make sure of is that you can drag your bot. So when you get to this, press handler. If you're not allowed to place bots, so if not this dot can place bots, then just return. Because it doesn't matter. And same thing up here, press up handler, where is it? There. Front page, PogChamp. Alright, finally. That was pretty good. So long press and drag will, wait, remove. I think I meant move, not remove. Oh, right, no, remove was part of that. But either way, I did the move part. The remove part is when you drag it off of the arena, I guess. So you put it like over here. Which this is why WebGL is bad for this. Because you can't drag it over other DOM elements. Because it only exists inside this canvas. Also, that just broke. Because what? Mouse under tile is, yeah, no. So if this is null, then we can just remove the bot. Render element to pixmap, create an image from it. Creating an image out of this shouldn't be very difficult. In fact, I already do this. Right here. We compose a bot, then we get a texture from it, then we get the base 64 from that texture. So that wouldn't be hard. The problem that would be annoying to deal with here is that I just need to pipe all this through, what's it called, Redux. I don't want to have to do that. But also, I don't think this is really a problem right now. I think one thing we might as well do here is when you try placing a bot, so if your bot already exists, we're going to just unplace it, I suppose. There's no unplace this bot. It's this part. Just mark entity dead. Yeah, fine. So we can just put this here. When can we download replays for Matt smoking hot montages? I don't think downloading replays is going to be a thing for a while. Also, I broke a feature where you should be able to watch replays that aren't yours. I think you're onto something, Ramy. All right, so let's try this. If you drag a bot off of the arena, then it breaks. Whoops. All right, let's try that again. So if you drag a bot off of the arena, then it breaks at a different position. Oh, there shouldn't be a return here, that's why. Okay. There. Let's say it's almost the end of phase 2 of my bots. At this point, before going for the CPU, they'll repair, then go to the CPU. I'm impatient. How can I detect that they didn't take damage for X seconds? If true, go for CPU/skip repair. So the only real way to do that right now, and this is not an ideal way of doing this, but you would do something like this. You would say turns without taking damage equals 0, while num turns, and last life value equals life. So if last life value is still equal to life, then num turns without taking damage plus plus. Else, if last life value is less than life. So you do something like this. This is not perfect because there are two problems with this. One is if you have a shield up, then your shield will take damage, and so you will be getting attacked, but you won't know it. And two is you could repair yourself. So imagine if your life value is 2,000, you get hit by I'm gonna write this down even though this isn't. No, this is possible. Yeah. You get hit by a laser for, let's say your life is 1,000. You get hit by a laser for 100 damage. An ally repairs you for 110 damage. Your life is now 1,010, but this code would not detect it. So this is as good as you can do for right now, as far as I know. I need to add an API that lets you know if you took damage. Yeah, and I wrote that down in here. Where is it? User defined code to do. Yeah. Add an API for checking if you took damage. This isn't possible without an API because you can't know if an ally repaired you or if your shields took damage. There. Yeah, like I said, that'll at least suffice for your use case because I don't know if you have shields on your bot, so you don't have to worry about shields at all. And I don't know if you have repair on your bot or repairing. Anyway, this should probably be pretty good. So yeah, just try that out. A damage API could be interesting in some bots. I think the API would be something like if has taken damage since last turn. Less verbose than that, but this is what it would represent. If has taken damage since last turn, then you would know, like, I'm under attack or something here. And then you can use this to keep track of how many turns since you took damage. So you don't need to worry about there being an API for that. And then you could check something like, if life is less than 100, then repair self. And will repair, then repair. You have shield and repair, but you'll try it. Yeah, like I said, it's a good enough way of checking this. Especially the values. Anyway, yeah, that's good enough. Sure, let's leave it like that. Okay, so let's try this out. I think I finally did this. So we put a bot down, we drag it off of the arena. It deletes itself. Now we hit test. Doesn't exist. Good. We put bots down here. We hit test. Cool. We move these over to here. Whoops. I unplaced it. There. Yeah, nice. Okay, looks like this stuff is working. And we could save our defense too? Yeah, perfect. And now when we come back in, we should see exactly what we just saw there. Yeah, great. Okay, this is going much better than I thought it would. Although that did take a long time. So util is defined but never used, lodash is defined but never used, assert. Blueprint component is defined but never used. That was only for placing a bot. Yeah, that's not necessary. My player is defined but never used. Yeah, perfect. Wait, what? Place 2 bots, delete 1, and test that? So you're saying place 2 bots, delete 1, and test that. Yeah, I think that's working. If we delete this one too. Yeah, cool. It's buggy since once you moved it, it still says 1 of 3. Oh, really? Let me see. Oh, yeah, you're right. Nice, Inspector. Yeah, I forgot about that altogether. So this is not all we have to do here. We need to figure out that you've unplaced it. Oh, where does that take place? Ah, right here. Update active player placement stats. And update this. Which should always be part of this. Yeah, let's do that. Is that commence button enabled? What? Oh, update attacker, got it. How come the VOD on the playlist it jumps from day 2 to day 11? To be honest, I don't even know how day 2 exists on there. I don't know where that video came from. And there's only like an hour of it anyway. But the reason why is because I don't think I enabled VODs until day 6 or something like that. And I never thought of exporting them to YouTube. But it's a good question, Final Flare. Basically, anything that's not on the FAQ is a good question. So here, when you mark this dead, there, that should fix that bug. So yeah, we can delete these, and it's saying 2 out of 3 placed. Now when we refresh the page and we do that same thing, it should get updated now. Yep, 1 out of 3 and 0 out of 3. Also, this should work as an attacker too. We place a bot, the commence button becomes enabled. We remove that bot, the commence button is disabled. Perfect. Yeah, that's working pretty well. All right, thank you very much, Inspector. It's always nice when people catch that before I've deployed it. Okay, so we can just commit this now. Let's take a look. If this is defined, then you're dragging a bot around the arena. This represents the entity that you're dragging. Okay, this is the last X coordinate that the mouse was over. Checking the attacker if you can move it too close to the CPU. That is also a good thing to test. That is also a bug. Oh man. Yeah, I did this poorly. Because this should ideally go through place bot, but I don't have that. Alright, so I'm going to have to fix that. There's a bug where you can move a bot inside of the CPU range. Now, if you were to try attacking like that, it would tell you that there's an error. And it doesn't tell you what the error is because the UI shouldn't let you do that. But it says here, bot is too close to the CPU. So even if the client tries cheating it, the server will catch it, but obviously that shouldn't be possible. What are you using for collapsing your lines when you make comments? I am using Doc Blocker, which Rami has just linked in. Drag a bot inside of the CPU range. Okay, we'll just write C last mouse X. So we'll fix that bug in another commit. Stop dragging bot. If you are dragging a bot, this will reset the state on the drag bot. So that, yeah. State where you are no longer dragging. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Yeah, pretty good. That's fine, that's fine. That's fine, that's good, good, good. Okay. Yeah, I like all of that. I just need to fix that bug. And then what do we have in here? So is dragging bot. I don't know if I like that. If true, you're dragging a bot. This state is needed because long press and drag is not a single event. It's really a press followed by a pan. Panning is used. Yeah. This lets us overload pan to mean move camera in arena or drag entity. Well, and drag entity, not one. Okay. Pressed bot. Sounds good. This is all fine. This is a completely unrelated change. Yeah, these things. God. All in all, not too bad. Is dragging component. This is only used to indicate the client is currently dragging this entity. temp.cc file. Okay, so allow for long press and drag. This lets you relocate your bots by dragging them within the arena. Oh, you know what else I didn't ever test? Can you long press and drag someone else's bot? You can. Oh, there's a bug where you can long press and drag your enemy's bot. I just didn't test anything, did I? Or remove them by dragging them outside of the arena. Note that there are still some bugs around this. Alright, let's go fix those bugs. In 5 minutes we'll discover you can drag the CPU out. Okay, thank goodness you can't do that. I think the only reason why you can't do that is because I do limit it to bots right now. That isn't a bug, that's a feature. Imagine if you're like, this defense is too hard. There we go. That wouldn't even work though, because as soon as you hit commence, so check this out, if you hit commence here, those bots are going to come back. Because remember, the server is saying, yo, no, you can't do that. Those bots are there. You can delete them all you want. Not going to matter. It would be pretty funny though. Okay, so you can drag a bot inside of the CPU range. So this is all coming from placeBot. That's actually, is it coming from placeBot? Something's checking to see that you're not too close to the CPU. Ah, here it is. So where do I want to do this? You can't place bots if you're testing a defense or you're replaying or you're in replay mode. So same thing here, press handler can active player place bots. So make sure you're not replaying and that you're in the setup phase and you're not in replay mode. Okay, good. And then you can't place a bot too close to the CPU. Really, place bot comes from the client. All of this stuff should just be in the client. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Let's get rid of this. Can active player place bots. Except for this one. This one should still be there. Well, player is testing defense. And you're not replaying, and you're not in replay mode, and that you are the attacker. So then this still needs to go into the parent class. PlaceBot already has that check, right? Yeah, so this needs to go into the parent class here. What happens if you press a numeric shortcut while dragging? No influence on the bot? Yeah, I don't think it does anything. Also, what is that? Oh, pan has a threshold. I don't know how I feel about that. Also, that's a pretty large threshold, right? So if you zoom in, you have to click and drag like 50 pixels before it starts moving things. Oh, it's a rapidity thing. Well, as long as you're fast enough. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't think that's going to confuse users. Are super bots back if you place a bot on an existing bot? there's probably no check for that either. Yeah, there's. Okay, let's add that. There's a bug where you can relocate bots onto other bots. Yeah, T-Blot, I remember you complaining about that for your VMs, right? Okay, we should be able to fix all of these all of these bugs at once. All these bots. So if it's too close to the CPU, you can't place a bot there. If there's already a bot there and it's owned by you, then we can remove that bot. And yeah, Inspector, I just did that. Thanks to Hideo. Wow, that's pretty neat. Well, it looks kind of bad. You just need the right emoji, yeah. Okay, so the conditions between placing a bot, let's see. Place bot works like this. Needs to be outside of, wait a second, what? No. This isn't right. Darn it. Yeah, darn it. Okay, so it needs to be outside of range of CPU if you're the attacker. So that's true there. Then if you are placing a bot, if you're placing a bot on one of your own bots, remove the existing one. Okay, cool. Then if there's a bot there, don't allow you to place it on an opponent bot. Hey, Godeek. We're having the server validate the commands of the client issues. Allow the client to do whatever is necessary because they can always adjust the browser state anyway, but the server should be the final arbitrator. Yeah, that's what was happening, Godeek. So check this out. If you try putting two bots in the same spot when you go to attack, so let's say I have two bots and I drag one onto the other, what just happened? Well, that was weird. And I hit commence right now. Oh, I apparently never checked for that. That's interesting. I checked for most of the other things in here. So apparently the server doesn't check to see if two bots are on the same tile before simulating a game. Wow. I wonder if I just recently broke this. There's a lot of bugs here now. And then make sure you have the right number of bots placeable. So you have a free bot to place this new one. Then create the bot. Yeah, okay. So the only difference is, so moving a bot. Same thing here. This, I don't know, remove or replace, doesn't matter. Don't allow you to place onto opponent bot. Don't allow it to place, yeah, that's fine. And then make sure you have a free bot to place this new one. There is no new one to place. Okay, so we should just make something that can replace a bot. I guess a relocate could just be considered a remove and a place. And that would probably help us out a lot. In fact, maybe we should do things that way. That way there is no teleport thing happening there. So we can remove the bot no matter what, and then just call place on it again. Yeah, I think that's best. And that way the code already converges. Let's do that. So player equals this dot player depot dot. You know, we're not going to type this out. I've already typed this out a million times. So there, let's just use that. So there's my player. We're going to do the same thing where we say get the blueprint component. Blueprint of press and drag entity. Cool. So first, let's delete the bot. Delete the bot no matter what. That goes here. Now, if they didn't drag it outside of the arena, try placing it again. So that's this. And then this dot place bot. So we have my player, blueprint component, and then this stuff. Cool. And that should do pretty much everything. Try placing that. That way we converge on placeBot, which performs checks on CPU distance, owner, etc. Can you move a bot onto your own CPU? You can probably do all sorts of stuff here. And this should have fixed most of them. So let's go try this out. When we go to attack now, we should not be able to place this inside the CPU range. Oh, it just deleted it. Okay, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, you probably wouldn't expect that to happen, right? If you try dragging this to a place that's invalid, like this, you probably want it to go back to being here. If you try dragging it to a place that's purposely like out of the area here, oh, even that wouldn't work, would it? Oh, hang on a second. What happens if I do this? Oh, yeah, that's a no good. Yeah, no, this is all kind of weird. Okay, antimatter tape. I think this is something to take into account for balance. Am I going to implement the snapback animation? I don't know yet. So I really don't think bots should be able to attack while cloaked. Even when I use Infernal Lasers against Hideo 2, he easily wipes out my defense, and I can't test defenses and offenses. So the problem, there are a couple of problems here. One, the game isn't balanced to begin with. But two, the number of bots you can place is not balanced yet. So for Hideo to be able to beat 505 matches and lose only one, that is certainly a problem. And so what that means is that these numbers that I have here are just wrong. Like, everyone's level 4 in the game, and they're allowed 10 bots. So I just need to give them more bots, that's all. Or, well, actually, no, here's the real problem, is that you're supposed to be allowed 2 towers, and there are no towers right now. So perhaps all it would take is for you to have 2 towers, and all of a sudden you'd be way better. Because right now, if you have a tower, let's say there and there. Oh god, tower placement's also wrong now. Make sure that pressing T to place a tower takes the in-game offset into account so that you're not placing 3 tiles to the side. Where's the stuff about dragging bots? Here it is. Anyway, once you have some towers and they're giving all of your 10 bots a buff. So regen towers, for example, I forgot exactly what they're set to, but it's like plus 15 regen for all of your bots. If you have 10 bots, that's like 150 life per turn that you're regenerating. And you could have 2 of those towers. You can make it 300 life per turn. Attackers only have 4 bots. So at that point, if they don't kill one of your bots, all of your bots are probably going to go back up to full life. Just found out you disabled Redux DevTools in prod, but you forgot the React DevTools. Those aren't disabled? Huh. Interesting. Thank you, Hideo. I'll write this down here. Excuse me. Yeah, so I don't know if cloaking is overpowered yet. That's kind of what I was trying to get at. And yes, you can place towers with T, but you really, really shouldn't do it. So if you're going to do it, place like one or two maybe. And try to place them very far from your CPU because eventually I'm going to dictate the location of that. So if you place them like there and there, well, first of all, there's 4 that I have here. But let's say you got rid of, oh God. All right, let's say you got rid of those. So like this is kind of the arrangement you might have. And that means that if you were to place bots, can't even get rid of these now. Anyway, if you were to place bots around your CPU, they would get the buffs from these towers still, but your towers are just totally out in the open. What is this? Hey, Georgios. This is Botland, and it's playable right now too if you want to check it out. So I suggest watching that video to kind of find out what it's about, and then you can play the game. I'm in the process of fixing a bunch of bugs, otherwise I would just show you. Alright, so there's some weird stuff happening here. Let's see if I fixed the majority of these issues though. So for one, can you drag a bot that you own? Can't even drag bots anymore. What's going on? Nor can I place bots anymore. What did I do? If is active player and too close to CPU. Right, I know. Place bot is not something that... Okay, never mind. I know what's supposed to happen. So if you're testing your defense, that's fine. Yeah, this function was already pretty much correct to begin with. I don't know why I changed it. Do you ever find that horizontal scrolling gets in your way? Not really. So, by the way, a short computer tip for anyone. If you hold shift while scrolling, in almost every application on Mac or on Windows, it'll horizontally scroll if it can. Whereas not holding shift, of course, is vertical. So yeah, if I ever have a horizontal scroll bar, that's really helpful to just manage text. All right, now we can drag this. So let's make sure you can't drag it to your CPU. Yeah, if you try to, it's going to put it on the next available tile. That's fine. If you try placing it on your own bot, what happens? Oh, it unplaces them both. All right, that's going to have to get fixed. And yeah, Hideo, hopefully waiting will fix that. It's just after you refresh a page, right? Because I think what it's saying is that it hasn't downloaded all the sprite sheets, which, yes, is something I'm going to have to fix. Okay, so I have fixed the majority of those bugs. There are still problems here. So this should be fixed. Let's test that out. If I put down a bot and I try moving it over to here, it just goes away. Yeah, so that's done. There's a bug where you can long press and drag enemy bots. That is still there. So if the bot clicked is your bot, that's one of the important things we need to allow here. There, that should fix that. No one waiting didn't fix the issue. I switched the browser for 10 minutes, then it goes away. I wonder if that's related to losing the GL context. Alright, Hideo, I'll have to write that down. Alright, that should fix... I should have just fixed this problem. Let's try that out. So now I can't drag other people's bots. Perfect. Okay, so that problem's done too. And there's a bug where you can relocate bots onto other bots. That's fixed. So now there's another bug where 2 bots are on the same tile is not a problem according to the server. So we need to unfix this bug so that we can test if this happens. So let's try it out. So we're going to get rid of all of this. Yeah, there. This should let us stack bots on top of each other. And apparently this is just not considered to be a problem. But it is a problem. Oh yeah, Hideo, that's something that I'm doing, definitely. I just need to fix it. What happens if you drag a bot onto somebody else's bot? I will have to test that too. That's a good test case. So this doesn't let me place bots on top of each other because it knows that the tile is occupied. So I have to get rid of that code as well. All right, let's fix this in a different commit. This is not worth fixing right now. All right, as for dragging a bot onto another bot, let's go try that. So we have to log in as Adam2. We need to edit the defense so that this bot is over here. We need to save that defense, log in as Adam1, and then attack it in such a... Oh, this is not Adam1. Or wait, no, this is Adam3. There we go, perfect. Okay, so we just put a bot here, and we drag this one over to here. And I think it just got deleted. Yep, it did. Okay, so that's correct. But thank you, Banana. Okay, so we fixed 3 bugs here. That's pretty good. Whew. Looks good. So fix bugs around relocating bots. And that's this stuff. Fix the bug where you could drag a bot inside of the CPU range as an attacker. Fix the bug where you could drag enemy bots. And fix the bug where you could relocate bots onto other bots. Okay, might as well check in that colon fix as well. Added a colon to match results. There. Oops, not added. Add. Use the imperative. There. Okay, so server doesn't check to see if 2 bots are on the same tile. Time to go fix that. So there's that one, and then we also need to go modify create bot so that if the tile's occupied, we just don't do anything. The server should have checked that. Oh, I know why. Yeah, this is not a problem. This is already being handled. So if I put 3 bots on the exact same location, there. So there are 2 there, although it's very hard for me to prove that to you guys. Let me do this. So I'm going to put, you know what, I'm going to make bots not even move. How would I do this? Because I need to be able to edit this. No, here's what I can do. Okay, check this out. I'm going to make a bot that does nothing. So create this, create, and we're going to put this bot down, no, up here. So I'm going to put 1 there, and look at the opacity of its life bar. It's about to get more opaque. There. So that lets you know that I placed 2 of these down, and the number says 2 up there. Now I'm going to hit commence and watch very carefully what happens here. It unstacked the bots for me. And that's without touching the server code. I never restarted it. So this is actually not a problem, and I should not have given Godeek any points, but it's too late for that. He's already run off with the points. Rip fun gameplay. No one is attacking your defense. I don't think anyone's even playing the game right now, are they? Other than Hideo. There's 957 matches searched for so far today. So here's something that you might find interesting, Antimatter Tape. If there was an equal chance of people attacking everyone in the game, which there isn't because there's matchmaking in the game, there are only 2 games being played a minute, pretty much. So 1 game every 30 seconds. And so there's an equal chance, that's a less than 1% chance every minute that someone's playing against you. So it would take about an hour for somebody to play against you. And I didn't just make up that number. I'm going to show this program every single chance I get. But if you have a 1% chance of something happening, then after... Oh, wait, I did kind of make up that number. at the 60 mark. It's only a 45% chance. All right. Let's undo everything. Actually, let's not undo anything. Let's just revert it here. I don't need to Control Z. There, done. Cool. Okay. This is not a bug. If you place two bots on the same tile on the client, the server will unstack them. Okay, let's move on. Finally. Have an edit button directly on the blueprint selector icon. So let's go over to our good friends design.google.com and let's search for edit. I want a wrench. Where is the wrench? There's a pencil. A pencil isn't a wrench. Can you search for what the... No, you can't. Oh, there's a wrench. Ha! Build. You thought you could fool me, Google. Use the build icon. That's a wrench. Okay, so what we want to do is make this look like... Where is it? Come on, go in here. Yeah, that wrench right there. So when you've selected an icon, there's going to be a wrench button next to it. Now, should we just show a wrench next to every single icon, or only the one you have selected? Probably just the one you have selected. So let's show a wrench there. So is selected. Here we go. Let's check out that class names plugin. And that's not how you find it. Goodness. All right, so how does this work? Cool. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And how big is this package? Wow, this is used a lot. 67,000 downloads in the last day. How big is the package that we get? Is there a dist here? Indexes contain everything. What is this it? Let's try installing this. Desktop Dell test class names. Let's see how big this thing is. So node modules, class names. The entire folder is well like 20 kilobytes, but the only thing it actually needs is index.js, which uses nothing other than itself. So yeah, the total size of this is whatever the size of this file is. 1 kilobyte. That's not bad at all. And that's before minification too. JavaScript minifier. I don't know why I'm even doing this. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this. This is all pointless at this point. 513 bytes. Well, let's add it because that sounds good. So BLCL npm i-s class names. Cool. So when we get to something like this, we can require class names from here. And then we could use it very easily by doing something like this. So we can say const CSS classes equals class names. So we always want this one. And then we only potentially want this one if it's selected. So we'll say draggable blueprint this.props is selected. Wait, no, I've screwed up. Why is there a plus equals here? That's silly. This should always be true. Draggable blueprint is true. And then this one, selected icon, is that. There. Now we can get rid of all of this code. Nice. So what we want to do is show that wrench icon when this thing is selected, and then on clicking it, it'll just take you to the edit page. When clicking the build icon, take you directly to the edit page. What name? Okay, so when this is selected, so render main content is what? Get a button for, yeah, these can't even be here. Yeah, it's about time we get rid of this. So there's an edit button, edit blueprint. I don't know, I don't like that, but I don't think that's the, darn it, no, never mind. All right, main content. When it's selected, we need a wrench icon. We need that to have the right everything. Oh, so we can just put it here. This dot render, this dot props dot is selected. Now let's just say this. This dot render edit button. Cool. If not, this dot props dot is selected. And just return. Otherwise, return a button div. It's going to look like this. So on click is going to be this dot props dot, where's edit blueprint? On edit. And class names is going to be blueprint, edit blueprint select. Icon edit. What should I call this? Blueprint selector. I don't know. Let's just call it that. There. So this will have a whole bunch of stuff. For right now, let's just put background color red. That'll make it easy for us to figure out where it is. What do points do? Yeah, it's for the lights and for the BRB screen. And Fizzle Stick, thanks for following. So I guess I should raise the camera here. Now I can actually stand up. Oh, Hideo, I see. You're talking about the name of Vanilla.js. Yeah, got it. I do miss a lot of messages, I guess. Okay, let's try this out. All we should have is a wrench button. It won't even look correct. That's fine, because we're gonna theme it through Chrome right now, and then we'll later fix it. So this, we should have position absolute, left, no, right 0. Darn it, that's not what I want. I want the parent to have position absolute, so that this is relative. But how do I do this? I guess just the way that I said is how I do it. So let's try this one more time. Let's set this to position relative and then this to position absolute. And then right to 0. Yes, perfect. And then bottom to 0. There's the edit icon. All right, that works how I'd expect. I just need to make that work through CSS now. And also if we go back, how do we go back? I don't know how to go back. So let's just do this from the beginning, I guess. So yeah, it should show there. So it should have a background on it too. And maybe hover a little bit below the line. That's fine, we can do all that. T-plot. It's good. Good to be organized. So considering that you clicked the div, I guess this parent div should have this. Class name equals styles dot. Ooh, what? Nope, this is totally wrong. I don't even know how I ended up there. So we should have a div on top of this one. It's just the parent. Class name equals styles dot edit blueprint selector icon parent. And the only thing that's even needed for is this. Position relative. Which should just be the default, right? I don't think I even needed to do this. And then this has position absolute, left, no, right 0, bottom 0. Let's see if that looks correct. I think it should, and I think that that's unnecessary to specify relative on that one. Yeah, so there, as you select these, you can now see the wrench shows on the right one. And I just think we can get rid of the parent thing at all, right? No, we can't actually. Wow. I guess it is necessary. So what happened to rendering? Let's get rid of this. What happened to my blue highlight? Oh, that stopped working. Oh, because this doesn't work. Oh. This is not correct. How should I be doing this? This is not... I thought I did this correctly. If it's selected, it should get selected blueprint selector icon. Maybe the ordering mattered? Because yeah, it's not getting a background color of blue, that's for sure. There, what does this have now? This dot props that is selected is false. That's correct. Then this should be true. Perfect. So then classes should contain... Oh, it does. Oh, whoops. I know what I did wrong. Those should have been... Okay, never mind. I understand. Diff current file. That is not how you diff files. The problem is that there's styles dot whatever. I omitted the styles here. There. But then draggable blueprint, where is this used? Is this even used anywhere? It's not. This doesn't exist in the entire code base. Get rid of that. And then selected blueprint selector icon. So that should fix everything. And now we can get rid of this too. All right, nice. Now we'll have those wrench icons. They should look good. Yeah, just close out of that. Oh man, 192, unexpected token. Where are we missing this? Ah, that's where. I wonder what that transpiles to, because I might not like that code. But either way, there's our wrench icon. Now the only problem is that this is red and should look like this. So it should be a white wrench and it should have a blue background. Okay. So color white, background color probably just blue. Does it have a border on it in the picture? It does. Also, it's offset a little bit more than that, huh? Bottom is like negative 5. And then border radius 10 pixels, 3 pixels. Do we even need a border with border radius? Can we just specify border radius? Let's try that out. How does this look now? Okay, not terrible, I guess, but still not great. Can I zoom in on this? Yeah. So you can see that the border is rounded. I like that, but I don't want to have to specify a border at all. Maybe I do want to specify a border. Or just padding, right? Yeah, 1 px of padding. What just happened? There. Which programming language do you use for game dev? I'm using JavaScript. Don't forget to flip the wrench. I don't think I'm going to do that. I know the mockup has it facing right, but I don't think users expect a wrench to face a certain direction. So I probably won't be doing that. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think it's obvious that it's there. I think the only thing we can do to offset it a little bit more is... Let me see what's going on in here. Yeah, let's give it a border. I take that back. Let's put this here, but let's give it a border of black. Let's see what that looks like. It's not really obvious at all, is it? We could make it white. I think I'm spending too much time on this. Yeah, and I think that looks horrible. So I think black is probably closer, or like a light blue. Actually, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Let's take whatever color this is. Done. We turn our wrenches clockwise if they're facing left. You do think that the background color shouldn't be blue? Actually, that's probably a better change than what I just did. Yeah. If I just make this wrench button some other color, right? Even if it's a lighter color. Oh, I don't know. I should not be in charge of anything related to visuals here. I don't know. Maybe that? Is it even obvious that that's a wrench anymore? Whatever. It's going to be blue. I don't care. You think it needs to be different than the bot? Okay, fine. I do care. Let's just... That's fine. You know what? Whatever color I have right there, we're just going to go with this. Done. The Dude 2001. Thanks for following. All right, there's our wrench. Looks good to me. Now when you click... Whoa, that already worked? What? I didn't even code anything. I guess I left that there from before because I definitely did not just do something. Let's see if it even works. So let's see. These bots should have lasers on them. Yeah, cool. Now if we go edit them so that they have artillery. Well, that's done. What kind of syntax is the one you're using on HTML files? This is JSX, what you see here. I really like using this too. I think it's great. It's pretty core to React, although you don't have to use it with React, I'm pretty sure. And wait, what? Is there a command we're looking for? Interested in learning programming? What tips can you give to a beginner? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see. This is the setup. Sorry, I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. I try to interact with chat as much as possible and read everything, and I just have been missing messages lately. This is about a page and a half that I have for people who are interested in programming. It doesn't actually teach you how to code, but it'll tell you things like, hey, you're going to learn about variables at first. You're not going to be learning about how to add, sweet new features to Facebook or something like that. And yeah. I think this is just worth familiarizing yourself with. Once you're done, I suggest starting with Python, and I suggest starting with this. Automate the boring stuff. Practical programming for total beginners. So check that out. Ignore what I wrote there about Code Academy. I don't think that's good. I'm going to get rid of that at some point. So use the build icon when clicking it, take you to the edit page. That's already done. Okay, so now we want to get rid of this edit blueprint because these buttons can't even show. So get rid of show edit button, get rid of show update button. update blueprint and edit blueprint. Don't care, don't care. Update blueprint is gone. Edit blueprint is gone. Perfect. Learn Python the hard way? Yeah, that might be a good idea. So, show edit button. That comes from, oh, regex. How did that happen? Also, what? Blueprint selector icon. Oh, that's why. All right, so show edit button is selected, which is already going to be needed, and then show edit button. Yes, we got to get rid of these. And I don't know why I closed that other tab, but there. These should now be gone completely. Blueprint selector.js. That can't be correct. What are we using here that we might need? Num empty bays. On create, that, get, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. On edit and on update. We probably don't need on update anymore. Blueprint selector probably doesn't need on update. Selected blueprint icon. Oh. Base is attacker. That is actually probably needed. Hey Zombie Slayer. What am I working on? Yeah, I'm working on a game called Botland, and there's a video there. I can actually probably show you how it works now, although I'm kind of breaking things in the process. How to think like a computer scientist is in Python as well, but goes into more depth. Okay, thanks Fizzlestick. Yeah, I'll take a look. So check out the game. Botland is an online strategy game. And the goal of the game, you make defenses in the game and you attack other people's defenses. You do so using bots. So let me actually buy some things from the store here so that I can get some more interest in my bots. We'll just buy a bunch of different cosmetic pieces here. So I'm going to make a couple of bots and kind of just show you guys the game. And you can play it right now too if you want. So everything that you're looking at within about a day of coding, sorry, the last day of coding is not online, but yeah, so the UI won't look exactly like this. But so I've got these bots here. I'm going to update them so that they look a little bit different. So let's give it this and maybe the blacksmith foot. No, let's give it the octopus foot. Yeah, cool. So there's my bot, and we're going to give it cloaking and level 2 melee and level 2 thrusters. So it's moderately fast. It's got cloaking and it's got 1 offensive ability. And I can give it a script if I want to. So in this case, I'm going to give it a very basic script. I'll say the very first thing you should try to do is use melee. Yeah, cool. The next thing you should try to do is cloak. And then after that, I want you to pursue enemy bots and pursue the enemy CPU if you can. And after that, just, you know what, I want them to move randomly, but I only want them to move randomly 20% of the time. Oops, that did not work. There. So here's my script. Melee, cloaking, pursuing stuff, and then moving around randomly. So I'm going to create this bot. And we are going to put it close to my CPU. Let's put a couple of those there. Then I would make another bot over here. So let's give this some different pieces here. Nice. And this one actually already has a bunch of different stuff on it. So I've got lasers, I've got missiles. We're just going to upgrade that to level 3. And I've got cloaking. I'm going to get rid of cloaking and put regeneration on it. So here's my bot. I'm not even going to give this one a script. Because if you don't want to, you don't have to write a script for your bot. And now I can put this bot down and I can test out my defense. Now I only have 3 bots, and unfortunately the test sends like 11 bots at you. But you can see my melee bots that were cloaking there. It's going kind of fast right now. But yeah, you can see they're moving around randomly. They're cloaking. They're pursuing enemy bots. So I can choose to save this if I want. Log in as somebody else now. That was Adam that I just was. So I'll log in as Adam 2. And now we will go attack Adam. So you will be attacking Adam. Their defense rating is 700. My attack rating is 700, so we're a perfect match for each other. And their defense was just updated 17 seconds ago. This is brand new. So we can see what their bots are by clicking them. That actually doesn't work right now in the game. And I can put down my own bots and try to beat them. So let's just put down something really basic here. I'll try a combination of long range and medium range weaponry. And we'll just create these bots and see how it goes. Worked out pretty well. So in phase 1, I got one bot dead, and then 2 other bots are severely weakened. So if I put down these couple of bots, I should just win the game. Perfect. There we go. So that's Botland. Like I said, it's playable. Putting lots of breakpoints in your Webpack bundle min production file to play with non-bots play small game was a pretty bad idea. My CPU is dying. Yeah. And yeah, it does look like Scratch because it was inspired by Scratch. I didn't make the library. It's called Blockly, which is what T-Blot said in chat. Yeah, it's good to see that this stuff is mostly working. And yeah, now Adam, when I log in under this account again, I'll see the replay 43 seconds ago, and I can see exactly what they did. So I can see what bots they put down. Oh man, the play button is over here. Darn it, that's something I should definitely fix. Yeah, I'll write this before uploading again. Before uploading Botland again, move the replay controls. Oh, and thanks for the follows, guys. So yeah, like I said, if you want to play, just go to play.bot.land. You can sign up for an account. You can start, I don't know, trying out strategies, trying to climb to the top of the leaderboard. Right now, there's 2 major features that I'm working on, which is just editing your defense and attacking other people. And I look at replays as kind of an extension of editing your defense. So yeah, if you click things like news, you'll just see it says unrecognized tab, missions, unrecognized. That stuff won't work. You can buy packs, but you can't open them. You can go to the store. That works, actually. You can buy things in here. But yeah, there's a lot of information missing from the game. So this is good. Now we probably don't need on update, I wrote. So blueprint selector on update. Yep, and that is passed in through here. This isn't called anywhere, is it? No, it's not. Wow. So this can all just be deleted. And blueprint panels visible can just be deleted. This entire thing can just go away. I actually don't think I can upload this version before I make sure to add in controls to view bots. Otherwise it will be very hard to play the game. Alright, we can go close out of all of those things. So I guess editing now works. That's the only thing I really did here. All right, so if I go into an attack, yeah, I can create bots. I can click this and modify my bots. Cancel and update works. Should that have, yeah, that should be fine. Let's try updating a bot actually, just make sure that works. Yeah, cool, okay, perfect. All right, yeah, we're in good shape. And I want to use class names everywhere too. Brief interlude to use class names everywhere. Cool. Cool. And cool. Oh yeah, one more thing is that. So add wrench button to blueprint selector icon. Property ordering is not alphabetized. What here? Now it is. Cool. What if you update its image? Does it update? Yeah, it should. So check it out. We've got the Omega bot up here. If I give it something different, so like the geode head, that image does get updated, and it automatically updates it in the arena too. So if I update this to something wildly different, like this for example, whoops, there we go, and I hit update, it updates it up here, it updates it over here. This is stretched a little bit. That's a small bug. I'm gonna have to fix that eventually, but other than that, it looks good. And Dead Monster, you can always try this out if you want. If you just go to play.bot.land, you'll only be testing code that was from, I don't know, 8 hours ago. So it's not very old. You can now edit blueprints again from in-game without needing the sliding panels that used to exist. Needs more bots? We will be getting more bots. And I think the next week, I actually, let's see. Let me read you the exact message. I'm excited to get you more artwork. I'll be finishing the changes we talked about, as well as exporting a bunch of new bots for you over the next week or so. So yeah, next week or so. That's what you can quote me on. I retain the right to use extreme liberties on the or so part. But that's what was quoted to me at least. Okay, so we can commit this. What does the Orin bot look like? Okay. So use class names everywhere. Make sure to test this out. Let's also put this down here. So anywhere that I was using this whole like class names equals thing, where's this here for example, anywhere I did class names plus equal, actually yeah, we can search for plus equal dot star styles dot. So here's one place, bot icon. I don't even know where bot icon is used. This shows up in the blueprints footer. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore, does it? Bot icon is only used from blueprints footer. Blueprints footer is only used from blueprints. Blueprints is probably just never used anymore, right? Yep, it's gone. Well, there's not much sense in updating this then, huh? Let's continue to search for plus equal dot star styles. Cannot, oh, slash plus equals. Nice. So we have 14 places. That's not too bad. Okay, so class name, so const CSS classes equals styles.battlelog entry. That's there no matter what. Cool. Then if it's selected, we're going to add this one. Cool. And then do we modify this at all anymore after that? Nope. So there we go. Done with that. Duplicate data property. What? Where did that just come from? Battle log entry line 28. What? Something weird happened here. I don't even see when this failed. Can I save this file? Duplicate data. Yeah, it's saying this is duplicated. Styles.selected battle log entry. I don't know. Don't you need to add a class name around the... yeah, you're right. Oh man, I don't know what's going wrong with me today. Either way, this is still not going to fix this because this object is failing to even get constructed. Then it says unexpected token on line 28, which I find hard to believe because I didn't even modify that. Also, the other strange thing is I don't know what's producing this error right now. Not that. This is coming from Webpack, but this is the only thing that's building Webpack, and I don't see an error there. Like if I try doing this, how did I screw this up the first time? Yeah, real-time QA is definitely very nice. I remember being surprised about that when I first started streaming. Granted, if I don't end up finding that, I should be, at the very least, testing this. So here's what I had before, and this worked totally fine. So how are these different? They're not really different. Is it the use strict that's doing this? Is there even a use strict here? There isn't. I don't understand why this would work in some places and not in another. Yeah, I'm not sure. In fact, for all I know, it's building and it's just saying that there's an error. Duplicate data property in object literal. But it doesn't say it here for some reason. So it looks like it's building. Man, I don't know. Let's just print this out, I guess. Styles.battlelog entry. And then styles.selected battlelog entry. Let's try going back into this and see if it works. So battlelog entry is definitely different from selected battlelog entry. So in case you guys are curious about why I'm frustrated right now, there's a bunch of errors that print out here that you guys usually just can't see. And every time I save this file, so if I like get rid of these, if I save this file and I just type like 5 semicolon, you'll see it says line 62 duplicate data property and object literal not allowed in strict mode. So line 62 is right here. And what that would mean to me is that this has been duplicated. But they're different. Yeah, I don't know. That's strange. And this happens every once in a while, but it wouldn't happen with two files that are otherwise just exactly the same. Yeah, I don't get it. I'm not even... And the weird thing is, too, is it builds. Despite complaining that... I don't even see the warning that prints out here. There's a different warning. I guess I'm just not going to make these updates now. We just won't use class names. Oh, well. Maybe next time. Because, yeah, it would have been nice to use this code. And it works. But it says, oh, error in server build. That's what's happening. Oh, maybe that actually is a legitimate error. But why would that even make it into the server build? And which server? One of these, maybe? Oh. I see where this is coming from. This is coming from test code that whole time. How far behind are you on your unit test? Pretty far at this point. Why using foo true? Where are you talking about? It would have been in this file probably. You're talking about a ternary operator that I'm using somewhere? Yeah, I'm not sure I understand you. So what I'm doing here, if this is what you're mentioning, so there's styles as an object. Battlelog entry could refer to anything. And then what's going to happen here is that class names will end up seeing anything will be true. Styles out something true, yeah. Style out something doesn't do the same thing though. No, those are object literals. If you make an object and you say like foo hello, that works. If you make foo dot bar, that'll never work because that's not valid JavaScript. And what this is representing is that I have something in here, a property, hello, for example, and I want to say a equals foo dot bar world. So now a is hello world. That's why I have to do this, because I want to get the property that's pointed to by foo.bar. So this is coming from, what is it? Computed property names, here it is. But for some reason this doesn't work when my test tries building it. Shared gulp file. Why does this make it into the test code, but the blueprint selector icon doesn't? I meant class name style that something else is selected. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I figured that way everything is on the same tab level by doing it this way. Because that's what I had written out originally, actually, back like 2 files ago. I had battle log entry here, and then this wasn't in there. So if I wanted to make this conditional, now I need to move it inside that object. But yeah, that doesn't matter. And yeah, I see what you're saying now, Hideo. I got it. But yeah, that was just a tabbing thing. Okay, well, let's just look through this briefly, I guess. Server watch, server build task. This runs everything through Babel. I guess it has to do use strict, and I guess that's why this is failing. But why is that not allowed in use strict? Duplicate data property in object literal not allowed in strict mode. This is just a bug. This is probably a bug in Babel, actually. It's not even a bug in my code. No one seems to... Or wait, does this get used somewhere else? Like, this error would be fine if it computed this and then figured it out. Wasn't it mentioning duplicate keys? Couldn't the object key defined by a variable equals? So it could have been, but it turns out that it's not because I printed it out when I ran the client. The only thing I could think of is that that this doesn't have access to styles, maybe? Let's try something out here. Let's say, let's get rid of this. So if I save this, there's going to be an error, yes. But if I do this, something like hi there, and then I save this, this probably won't error out. Let's take a look. So it's producing an error right now. We save it again. Yeah, it just works. So I guess the problem is that it can't find styles, and that was the whole issue there. So that means that my tests are what has a problem here. And to think I thought it was Babel. So that means styles probably can't be found. So that would mean it's finding undefined for both of these. I wonder how I would get it to find it. And how do any of these other things work? Style sheets, main. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, this is probably because Webpack knows how to use these. Well, my test code doesn't. Well, my test code shouldn't be building any of this anyway. Okay, so we just need to cut that out. Because we're not testing UI. So client. Where does the test code even get this stuff from? Here it is. So we omit vendor code. I think we also need to omit React and Redux code. Yeah. There. That should hopefully fix this. Let's go try rerunning this. So we're just going to say watch. No, gulp server build. Server watch. I think it's that. If this fixes it, then wow. This is probably the issue I was running into for a while. It worked. It worked. So now I can say this and I get no errors. Yeah, wow. Okay, I guess we can make these changes then. So battle log entry, when we select it, should still turn yellow. Let's go make sure that that happens. Click. Yep, there it is. It's yellow. Looks good. So we can search for all of the other things here. So that was 1. We should copy paste this. Here's 2. So we have bot icon by default, and if it's selected, we have selected bot icon. And this is called class names, which let's just rename it to CSS classes everywhere. We're going to have to actually, because class names is already taken. Perfect. Get rid of that, and then require. We'll fix all the requires at the end. Our linter will tell us where they are, so we can just copy paste this. Okay, so CSS classes we have. Is draggable cosmetics used anywhere? It is. Okay, fine. So cosmetics inv item. Then if it's selected, we use that. And then draggable cosmetics is going to be there by default. Okay, now we can get rid of these things. Cool. Let's keep on moving through this. Okay, so cosmetics loadout there by default. Droppable is there for dragging. And can accept cosmetics item is there for dragging over. Okay. So let's go try that out. In fact, we should be trying all of these out. What was the last one? Cosmetics inventory item? Oh yeah, that's if we had it selected. So let's try them. We have one. Oh, this failed. Yup, because there's no require. Okay, let's go add in the require. I thought this would be like a fast thing. It's not a fast thing. Yeah. So get rid of this. Cool and cool. Okay, so that should be everything. Oh, and bot icon. Okay. And we should put that beneath styles. And yeah, I agree, Hideo. Although chances are I'm probably not going to be adding much more to a lot of those. But it will make things easier in the future. So when I go over to here and I edit this bot, I should be able to drag these away and drag this back on. I don't know what that used to do. Let's take a look at the online version. That'll tell us what should happen there. Yeah, I think it's fine because it's turning green when I start dragging. So I think that same thing happens here. When you click this, it highlights it yellow. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I think should happen. Let's keep moving through the list. So this is done. That's done. This one needs to be done. So let's get the require first. And let's get to the classes. So what is this not combinable class? So hardware select classes starts with this, that's always true. And then if we're dragging, I guess it's this whole condition, then we add hidden to here. Cool. Do the same thing over here. Not combinable class is this one no matter what. And then this condition goes here. And style.hidden. Cool. So that is empty hardware slot. So we need to test two things there. One is when you're dragging something that's not combinable. So that's something like teleport. Cool. If you try dragging it again, great, whatever. And then the other is if you don't have space for something. So that one's red. And then these work. Okay, great. Nice. Keep moving through the list. We only have, what, 5 or 6 left? Where are the classes here? Here they are. Alright, hardware invite them. Draggable hardware, is that used somewhere? Yes, it is. Okay, that's fine. So hardware inv item is always true. Draggable hardware is always true. We don't need quotes around that. And then if this is selected, then we also add this one. Good, done. Okay, moving on. Got it. So CSS classes, we get rid of class names everywhere. This is there by default. This is if we're dragging over, we get selected hardware level. And we get invalid hardware level if either of these things is true. And what is this used for? Hardware level select. Oh, so I was testing the wrong thing earlier. Yeah, let's try this out again. Also, there's an error there. What is the error? Comma? Yeah. So now when we go do this, the same thing should work. So we try to put on, oh right, we already have melee. So artillery, and then landmines. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Adeo. I just saw that. All right, keep on going through this. The reason I'm doing all this at once right now is because it's faster to do it all at once than to later just kind of piecemeal it, because I get in the flow of doing things this way. So this is this one, no matter what. Material icons, no matter what. This actually does need quotes because it has a hyphen in it, and you don't want that to be treated as a minus sign. So that's true. And then this one, if disable entire menu, is true. Which is taken from what? Props? Yeah. Okay, looks good. We only have 2 more files. Not bad at all. So store item is true, and if it's selected, then it's a selected store item. And one last one. That goes here. This is sliding section classes. Has this one by default. Show cosmetics inventory is actually this, show block 1. and show block 5. So that comes from here. There. Okay. So now all we need to do is, well, lint this. And then I got to go through and just make sure all of these still look good. It shouldn't take very long to do that. CSS classes is already defined. Yep. Okay, cool. Let's try out. So everywhere that we use class names, so battle log entry, we already tested this, right? But we're going to go through and just do them all again. So the only thing in battle log entry is that we need to be able to select it. Yep, done. And deselect it, I guess. But we don't have a second one, so we can't deselect it. Let's log in as this person. Yeah, nice. Okay, perfect. That's working. Next up, we have blueprint selector icon. That is coming from here. We just need to know whether something is selected. Perfect. Cool. Next, we have bot icon, which doesn't even exist anymore. That's fine. We can't test that. Cosmetics inventory item. We need to know whether it's selected. So we just click one of these. I don't own any. This makes it hard to test. Yep, looks good. And we can drag those, of course, right? Yep. Cool. Now as a cosmetics loadout is dragging over. So when you drag, it turns green. When you drag over, it turns dark green. I don't know if I like those colors, but that's at least working the way it should be working. Next is empty hardware slot. We just tested that already, but that's over here, where you do something like this and you can't drag onto there, but you can drag onto one of these. Perfect. Cool. Next up, hardware inventory item. You just need to be able to click it. Perfect. Next up, hardware level select. We already tested that. Yeah. And what's this one? Script library dropdown. So it should be able to be disabled. Here it's enabled. How do we get it to the point where it's disabled? I don't think that's possible anymore. Yeah, I think that was only possible back when you could look at it but not edit it in the game. And store item. Store item I never tested. Let's go to the store. Yep, works. Okay, yeah, nice. So that's everything. All right. Use class names everywhere instead of concatenation. I was concatenating strings before this. Less elegant. Also, I couldn't build the... Also, I found out that the tests were trying to build React and Redux files. So I stopped that from happening. No tests were testing those files. And thanks to styles not existing, the files couldn't be built. Hey, JNix. Okay, so there we go. So long press and drag to move a bot or remove a bot. Yeah, that's done. Double clicking a blueprint in the selector should bring out the blueprint info panel, even if it's closed. We don't have a blueprint info panel, so I guess the first thing is we need to make that panel. It should have an X on it. It should show hardware loadout no matter what. What else should it show? It should show name and script, edit and delete. It should show the bot icon. It should show name, script, edit and delete. So bot name, script name, edit bot and delete bot buttons. Well, edit blueprint and delete blueprint buttons. if you own it. If you don't own it, it should show the hardware loadout. Yeah, enemy bot is probably fine. And then the life, that's probably pretty important. Yeah. Show the life value. It should have an X on it. Clicking it should just make it disappear. And I guess it should also have a position. Does the server load the user script, then run on the server, or is it locally run? It's run on the server. And so to preemptively answer what your next question might be, I run it through this relatively large file. This will parse your JavaScript, form an abstract syntax tree out of it, and then make sure you're not doing things that I determine you just shouldn't be doing. So for example, if you try making a script where you say something like eval, you can't call eval because it doesn't exist. If you write your own eval, you can call that new eval that you write. Now the code is totally fine. If you try making an object, you can't even do that. There are a lot of exploits involving objects. You also can't use the this parameter at all. So if you try saying like this.foo, this is valid JavaScript, but it's not allowed. So it says expression type not allowed here. This member expression this.foo. And if you try using it this way, it'll say this expression not allowed. Is that draggable over the arena like an inspector? I don't know if I want to make it draggable. I suppose making it draggable is not a bad idea, but I wasn't planning on it actually. Because yeah, if you were to drag any of these things around, maybe it should always just show up in the same spot and you just drag that spot. Yeah, I think we'll do that, Hideo. Make it draggable. Oh yeah, stop showing this during a replay. Why did I not think of that? Reducer in-game. Is there anything about... Yeah, is replaying. Why didn't I do this? Render blueprint selector. This should go up here. Should react to escape maybe? Yeah, those are the kinds of things I will probably be doing later. Little polished things like that. I want there to be a lot of these quality of life improvements. I just don't think they're necessary yet. So we'll say here, if this.props.ingamestate.is replaying, then just return null. Otherwise, return this. And then this uses a variable, I believe, that we don't have here. In fact, if we just lint this code, it should tell us what variable we don't have. I think it's just selected bay ID. Yeah, in fact, that's the only place it is used. Let's just move this up here. And that line too. Yep, and then missing semicolon, that's correct. Okay, there. That should fix all three linting issues. And that should also fix a bug where this was showing up when it shouldn't have been showing up. So let's try it out. So now when you go into a replay, yeah, except for now, that gets laid out totally wrong, as you can see. There's all this white space over here. Not good. Not good. So let's do is blueprint selector visible. So it's visible when you are not replaying. And then the game area. Resize handler. Okay, let's try that. This should just automatically work. I really hope it does. So when we go edit our defense, we're looking at everything totally fine. We can zoom, we can do whatever else we want. We can click these things. Cool. When we go into a replay, it did not work. But it does work if you resize everything. So the problem is that it's not getting resized. So I guess whenever we go to render this, that's when we need to figure out what these dimensions are. So I don't want to do that in the render function though. I only want to do this when that particular property changes. I need to call only when the blueprint selector visibility changes. So an easy way to fix this, so here's the repro right now. I get out of this, I go to here, I resize the window, I click replay, and now there's this white bar over here. And so one of the ways I could fix this is just by calling the resize handler every time I render, which is overkill. So if I do this, that should fix this. Or cause an infinite loop, I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, let's look at the lifecycle events. So there's component will receive props. I'm not sure actually. Maybe that means that I'm doing something wrong here. Make it in render, but it in should component update return false when you don't want. And I have, this is what controls my should component update. It's if any of these states change, which happens a lot actually, which makes me think that I should have split this into multiple separate components. I wonder if there's another way to do this. We should call the resize handler there, but we can go into a replay. Yeah, I don't know. Adam's voice just went all weird. You mean right now? Huh. Is there any other way I can do this? I guess I could just change the state maybe. What does changing the state do though? Set state, force update. When you put your hand on your mouth. I'm still not sure where exactly I should do this. I wonder if we set... No, I don't know. I'm not sure. All I know is this thing needs to get called when the visibility of this changes, which will trigger a new render. But we only want to know when that particular thing changed. Component did update. Invoked immediately after updating occurs. This method is not called for the initial render. Operate on the DOM. So yeah, component did update sounds like the place to do this. What does this get passed in? Previous props, previous state. Prev props, prev state. So if previous props dot in-game state dot is replaying is not equal to this dot props dot in-game state dot is replaying, then this dot resize handler, that should be it. And that's not too bad. I don't mind this small function here. Well, let's see if it works. So we click this and we click this, and yeah, this is taking up the full screen now. And we click this, and now we resize it. We go back and we click replay. Okay, seems like it's working. We can print this out too. Testeroni. Let's take a look. So we connect, we click this button, and yeah, there it is. So this is working the way I expected it to. That's pretty good. I like this. And when I go back to defense, it should have printed out again. It didn't, but perhaps that's because it... No, I'm not sure why exactly. Oh, well, maybe that value isn't changing. That's fine. Whatever, this is working. Okay, let's commit that. Print selector visible. Yeah, pretty good. Okay. Hide blueprint selector during replays. When watching a replay, I think that's pretty much straightforward enough. Okay, cool. All right, not bad. So let's just kind of take inventory here. I want to get the blueprint selector and ideally get towers into the game legitimately instead of you having to press a keyboard shortcut to do it. And I started working on this, but it's definitely not complete. At least you can edit, although you can't see details of any bots that are in the arena right now. And you can move them around like this. That's kind of nice too. Yeah, not bad. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. So finishing up the blueprint selector tomorrow should be possible. And then towers. So getting this to the point where we can render some stuff down here should be totally fine. I don't see that as a problem. That's just Flexbox stuff. And the problem, though, is getting... So towers are going to be called chips, by the way. Chips need a bunch of validation that I just never did. So all of this stuff. But I'll write that down up here. And then, yeah, there's information about... Well, there's lots of other stuff, actually. So let's fix this one more thing right here. We'll get rid of all the clamping that happens. change waypoint. Change waypoint actually probably should clamp. Chips, it's official. So stop placing factory tile equals this dot get tile at pixel coordinates arena x arena y. There. So originally you would drag over to like here, for example. No, why is that not working? Well, anyway, clicking over here would put bots down beneath the mouse in the arena. Now I should have just stopped that. Let's take a look. Hey, Kumek. And yeah, it's called plain tasks. So let's try again. Now when you zoom out and you try clicking off in the middle of nowhere, oh, it still works. That's not good. And how did that not get fixed? Oh, there must be more clamps going on here. Yeah, here it is. There we go. Where else does this happen? That's fine. Those are fine. This is fine, I guess. Yeah, that's everything. Okay, so that should fix it now. So let's try again. We zoom out. We try placing bots. That now fails. Perfect. Disallow placing bots when... No, stop clamping to a valid arena coordinates. When placing bots in the arena, when placing or removing bots in the arena via single clicking, I no longer try to clamp to valid arena coordinates. Meaning no placement or removal will take place now. There. All right. Linting did not work. Also, it's the time of day where I have to turn on more lights just so you can see me. Ooh, yellow. What's that light? No one likes yellow light. Let's change that. There we go. And looks good. Cool. Okay, so this is the one time. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'm actually going to upload a new version of the game. Which, by the way, how many times do you guys play today? 973. It's pretty good. Working out to almost exactly 2 games per minute. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think that's all for today. I think today was not the greatest day, but we still got work done. I mean, this list did not have as many checked boxes. In fact, so that I can feel good about myself, let's just search for this in here. 51 selection regions. And yeah, those are mostly checked off items. So I did get some stuff done today. Just doesn't feel like it. All right, well, thank you guys for watching today. I will be back online tomorrow for the usual 8 hours. We're going to pick up where we left off here and go back to just blueprint selector, more UI stuff. And I am going to leave you with Savitz again because I thought it was hilarious the last time I hosted him. Okay. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.